That was a compliment of the chair because I could see you rushed in, and so I have abused my powers to instruct your colleagues to share to share their water with you. I don't want to say you may need it later on. I don't want you to need it and you don't have it. Thank you very much. Honorable members and colleagues, Minister, your colleagues from the Department of Higher Education and Training, as well as its various agencies, thank you very much for being here and having this conversation with us. Today's is yours to kind of share with us what you've found in the department. We appreciate that you have not been there before. Relative to the experience of the committee, at least in terms of the issues as we got in the reporting in terms of the legacy report and so on. But I want to preface my comments in this way, that this is going to be the first of many conversations we have over the next few years. There is an important reason for that, and that is we want an outcome that achieves some structural changes. As you know, Minister, we have a structural unemployment problem. Between 88 and 92% of the unemployed, depending on the quarter, either have matric or no matric at all. The institutions that fall under the Department of Higher Education and Training are really important to that objective. And it's important that we work together over the next few years to get to a point where all the entities, the department itself and all the entities that fall under the department are able to achieve this common objective that we have as a country, which is that we have millions more South Africans who've gone through the higher education and training system, that they are skilled, they are more employable, and they are better able to provide for themselves and their families, and also to help to grow the economy. So the reason we're going to have many conversations is not because we want to have you here for its own sake, but it's because of the importance of the department in which you currently serve. So welcome, Minister, and thank you once again for availing yourself. Even the previous time that we eventually could not meet, I know that you made quite clear that you would like to come and talk to the committee, and you have been committed to that commitment, and thank you for that, as it should be. So I am going to leave things to you in terms of the order. The National Skills Fund is obviously really important to the committee in terms of the issues we've picked up from last time, from the 6th Parliament, as well as the National Student Financial Aid Scheme as well. So we're going to hand over to you, Minister. What I'd like us to do is to just divide the time in your presentation carefully, because what we want to do is to be able to take a break at 11:15 to 11 o'clock, and then we continue with the second part of the conversation thereafter, so that we can make a lunchtime as well. So we've got, and there is no sitting the afternoon, so we may go a little bit over, but I don't want to make it as a, as a matter of ill discipline. Rather go over because there are really important issues that we're talking through. So thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, the members of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. I just want to bring to the attention of the members and the Chairperson that I'm with the Director General of the department, who is also the accounting authority of NSF. I'm also with the senior officials of NSF, Ms. Era, who is the acting chief executive, as well as Mr. Zama Kubega, who is the CFO. We appreciate the invitation to brief the Standing Committee on Public Accounts on the performance of the National Skills Fund noting that the annual report for the financial year 2023-2024 has been tabled and thus included in the progress update, including the progress on investigations. The period under review presents an ideal opportunity for the National Skills Fund to evaluate its impact on the economic and social upliftment of the people of South Africa. The National Skills Fund has been receiving undesirable audit outcomes in recent years. There have been several findings by the Auditor General that were the direct cause of the challenges that are faced by NSFAS that impact both on the performance of the entity and its expenditures. The internal limitations are due to the several factors from institutional capacity and systems deficiencies. The NSFAS as a skills development entity is positioned with the broader national context to support the attainment of key government policies and plans to address the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. In response to the mandate of the government, the skills levy transferred to the NSF is a critical resource to fund skills development interventions as part of the broader PSET and innovation systems. NSF funding is not solely geared towards learner-based programs. It also supports research infrastructure and other initiatives to achieve equitable access to quality PSET. The NSF must also achieve organizational sustainability to ensure a sound service delivery environment and effective management of the levy income it receives for South Africa's skills development priorities. We are committed, Chair and members, to ensuring accountability and transparency in the National Skills Fund. One of the key attributes of democratic government is making sure that leaders are held accountable to the public. Thus, my priority revolves around accounting at all levels in the department. A stable NSF will produce the needed labor force with critical skills to assist our economic growth, address high youth unemployment, and later make our vision of becoming a capable developmental state as a reality. NSF has a clear mandate with an effective and viable funding model. However, NSF faces challenges. They are obtaining a third consecutive qualifications from the Auditor General, and we have started a conversation with the AG in trying to identify the causes of problems in the entity. We can safely say we have identified the root causes of the challenges, and we are working with NSF to address these challenges with immediate effect, Chairperson. We are working with NSFAS to address leadership crisis at the entity. We are committed to fighting corruption and addressing misconduct, and I am pushing very hard to enforce consequence management in the entity. Yesterday we had a session where I want to bring to the attention of the members that the people who were implicated in the investigation of Nexus report have been removed from the office with immediate effect. We have had discussion with NSFAS to attempt to address the problems at hand and to make sure that there is a smooth, efficient, and effective governance. We're in a process of advertising the post of the CEO of the entity. It is my commitment to transform the NSFAF into a more fit-for-purpose operation, building public confidence through improved performance and reaching the communities and beneficiaries through funding. Ultimately, this will position the NSFAS as a fully fledged standalone entity that is functional and operationalized. Through you, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Standing Committee, allow me to hand over to the DG of the department, who is also the accounting authority of NSF, to take us through a detailed presentation. I'm hoping he's also going to delegate the acting CA as well as the CFO, maybe to take us through to some of the components of the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister. Over to you, DG.
Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Higher Education and Training in the Republic of South Africa, honorable members of this esteemed committee, it's a great privilege for us to be here today to account on an important responsibility given to us by this country, a responsibility that we take pride in, and we trust that as we account to you, it's going to show our commitment in this regard. I am not alone. I'm with a number of my colleagues who are key in the administration, firstly of the National Skills Fund, and later the minister will also introduce the administrator to NSF later when to NSFAS when it is time for us to make that presentation. The National Skills Fund is a strategic framework that is designed for institutional impact. Its primary responsibility is to make sure that there is high impact in its provision of funds for skills development towards a capable South African citizenry that contributes to the improvement of economic participation and social development. I think it is important, Chairperson, as I present that second slide, reflected that our attempt at this introductory stage of our presentation is to show our focus on impact, is to also assist our committee to understand what it is that we are doing to ensure that we achieve organizational sustainability, that a skilled and capable force or workforce for this country is developed, and we improve the post-school education and training, system and towards an inclusive growth path for the country. We also would like to make reference to output-related issues and the activities that inform the work that we are doing. There are key performance highlights that we are going to speak of, and they will involve the number of interventions that are funded, the number of beneficiaries that are funded, the number of areas of improvement, or the areas of improvement since the NSFAS report. And I've been to Scopa. I think it's the fourth time on this particular issue, Honorable Chairperson. And each time I have had a chance to present before Scopa, I've been always trying to show what is the difference between the last time I was here and the time where we are in, to kind of show what it is, and also to honestly share areas where we are experiencing difficulties. I think it's important to start by saying, Chairperson, when the decision to investigate NSF was taken, it coincided with the decision of our minister and that of Scopa to investigate NSF after 3 conservative disclaimers, in the financials of the entity. At that time, the feeling at Scopa was that the SIU must investigate this entity. But at that time already, the department had appointed NSFAS, a private forensic investigation company, to do so. And it was then agreed that they will continue to do so, but even at the time we presented the NSFAS report, covered the entire scope of the areas that needed to be covered. But still, it is a document that we tabled and we have accounted for, and we continue to account in terms of how it is being used. As a way of, working together with Scopa, a decision was taken that the SIU must start a process, of looking into the report, but also looking at other projects that might not have been the gaze of the forensic investigation. And so I think our presentation today will try to cover all of those areas so that the members of this committee have a full view of what it is that has been done, what it is that is still outstanding. For example, we will say that the work that we have handed over to the police, particularly the Hawks, and the work that the SIO have started towards the proclamation by our president continues. And I think we will make reference to all of those issues. At this time, with your permission, I'm going to introduce the Chief Executive Acting of the National Skills Fund, Ms. Melissa Era, to take us through the presentation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, good morning to the Honorable Chair, to the Minister of Higher Education and Training, the Director General, and the Honorable members of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. With me, Chair, I do have the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Zama Kubeka. He will be co-presenting with me on the financial report. So in continuation of the presentation where the DG had, I just want to go back a bit, just to indicate that our presentation that we will be covering today emanates from the annual report from 2023-2024, which was tabled timeously on the 30th of September to Parliament. And this was after we had concluded the audit with the Auditor General as planned in terms of our engagement. So the presentation as shared just covers the legislative and policy framework, and then the annual performance information and the financial overview. We will also be providing a...
Sorry, can I just interrupt you? So can I ask you and all the speakers that just have this closer, because they need to hear your voice on that thing for the streaming. Otherwise, your lips are just moving for people who are watching.
Okay.
And also just the quality of the recording.
Okay.
Thanks.
Apologies for that. Thank you, Chair. I hope I'm more audible now. I'm not known for a soft voice. So we then will be looking at the 3-year audit outcome, just an analysis in terms of what had led to the qualifications and the prior disclaimer and what progress have we made. And then the audit action plan, as well as what were the key root causes, and then the consequence management environment. So what we have done here is just to extract some key sections from the annual report in terms of the policies that are informing the National Skills Fund strategic plan for the 2020 to 2025. What is quite critical is that the purple area is referring to the legislative environment, starting with the Constitution and then the Skills Development Act. Those areas that are highlighted in green refer to all the policies that inform the strategic outcomes of the entity, particularly the human resource development strategy of South Africa, the medium-term strategic framework linked to the National Development Plan, and then the National Skills Development Plan 2030, which outlines very key goals for the skills development levy institutions to attain. And during the period, we also had the white paper for post-school education and training that have also informed some of the changes that are required in terms of increasing access. And within that white paper, the NSF is indicated to be a catalytic fund in terms of skills development initiatives. Then in terms of the monies that are received by the National Skills Fund, how is this used? So in terms of the Skills Development Act, there are 4 specific provisions that are outlined. The first one is that the skills levies that the National Skills Fund receives, which is the 20%, is firstly allocated to fund projects identified in line with the National Skills Development Strategy, which is currently the National Skills Development Plan 2030 document, as national priorities. The second is to fund projects related to the achievement of the purpose of the Skills Development Act, as the Director General of Higher Education and Training determines. Thirdly is to fund any activity undertaken by the Minister of Higher Education and Training to achieve a national standard of good practice in skills development. The fourth bullet is related to the administrative threshold in terms of the total levy that the NSF receives as its revenue. 10% is set aside in terms of the organizational administrative cost. The vision for the National Skills Fund during the 5-year strategic period is funding to skill our nation. The mission, which the DG has already outlined and linked in terms of the impact, is to provide funding for national skills development towards a capable South African citizenry that contributes to improving economic participation and social development. The values that the NSF had adopted during the 5-year period includes integrity, accountability, passion, and service excellence. In terms of the macro structure of the National Skills Fund, we have the Minister as the executive authority, the Director General as the Director General of Higher Education and Training as the National Skills Fund Accounting Authority. Then we have the Acting Chief Executive, and then we have 3 core units. We have the Chief Financial Officer and his team, which includes all the fund management and project financial reporting requirements. We have the Chief Directorate for Strategy, Innovation, and Organizational Performance. And we currently have the Acting Chief Director in place for Skills Development Implementation. And this unit is really the core of the NSF in terms of our operating model, in terms of the initiation and project monitoring of projects that have been approved for funding and that are required to report. In addition, we have 2 officials that are reporting to the CE, but we have a dotted line for internal audit. I see on the screen it doesn't appear as a complete dotted line for internal audit because the official doesn't report directly to myself, but she reports to the audit committee and the DG as the accounting authority. So we do have an audit committee currently in place, which has been meeting quarterly on NSF financial and performance matters. So in terms of the NSF annual performance for the period, I'm going to skip past this slide in terms of the strategic framework, which the DG has already unpacked in terms of what are the outcomes, the theory of change that has been adopted by the NSF. But just to emphasize critically in terms of the audit processes, Outcome 2 and Outcome 3 are the 2 programs where the core funding of the NSF has been allocated in terms of responding to funding beneficiaries and also ensuring the funding of skills infrastructure, PSET capacity building, research, and constituency development. Possibly what I just need to indicate is that constituency development includes those institutions as per the National Skills Development Plan, which directs the NSF, includes the HRD Council and the National Skills Authority as constituency bodies. Not sure why it's not moving. Okay. Then in terms of the key performance highlight, we currently have 208 projects that were funded during the year under review, and this was linked to 2,214 learning sites to be monitored. What this means is that these are the actual employers or training sites that the NSF is required to monitor on a quarterly basis. So it's not only monitoring the SDP at the head office, we also need to make sure that the project monitoring team go to those 2,214 sites to verify the evidence that is being submitted and the learning that's taking place. During the period, we had 28,708 beneficiaries that were allocated funding for various initiatives, and these were mainly in the TVET programs and through the National Student Financial Aid Scheme in terms of bursaries. And then we also have worker education, where we had 1,273 beneficiaries who benefited and completed their worker education initiatives as per the HRD strategy. From a PSET improvement point of view, these are really the catalytic initiatives because in terms of the MTSF, access, quality of provision and capacity of the PSET sector does require that we look at whether we have sufficient infrastructure to enroll and absorb further beneficiaries. So we had 15 infrastructure sites at the TVET colleges. We had the PSET capacity building, which were 29, and these include funding for the Community Education and Training College system, as well as the TVET lecturer capacity building initiative, as well as the digital component in terms of capacitating the TVET sector. We had 13 research projects that were funded. 2 of them are quite advanced at this stage, and this would include the labor market intelligence when we are talking about the structural challenges in terms of accessibility of employment and defining occupations that are in high demand and required by the labor market. That research is incorporated as part of these projects that are funded by the NSF. And then we had 5 constituency-based initiatives, as I indicated earlier. These include those that are for HRD and the National Skills Authority, including business, labor, the providers, as well as community in terms of the structure. These are just some of the key statistics that were produced from the 23-24 analysis on the beneficiaries, specifically in terms of who were the key audience. So from the provincial breakdown, we can see that the highest number of beneficiaries were in KZN, followed by Eastern Cape and the Western Cape. In terms of the female-male ratio, majority of the funding were allocated, so 18,251 beneficiaries were female that were funded. And in terms of the population, 26,597 out of the 28,708 were African, followed by colored in terms of the allocation of the beneficiaries that were funded. And then from a disability point of view, because we do have projects that are particularly targeted at people living with disabilities, and we've just given a breakdown. So majority of the beneficiaries have a physical disability or neurodevelopment disability that has been reported. And just to indicate, when the NSF allocates funding, provision is also made in terms of access to different tools of learning. So the beneficiaries with a disability then has access. Then in terms of the learning sites, it's quite clear from the provincial breakdown that KwaZulu-Natal had the most number of learning sites in terms of workplace opportunities as well as education and training, followed by Gauteng and the Eastern Cape. In terms of the occupations in high demand, the highest number of beneficiaries funded in occupations in high demand informed by the various iterations of the OIHD were mainly in plant production, followed by BPO and various other trades, because artisan development is also one of the key areas that NSF contributes to. Okay, then just in terms of the summary of the annual performance against the 3 programs, so during this period, the NSF did not undertake any review of its annual performance plan. There were 49 indicators across the 3 programs, and as you can see, we had majority of these indicators and targets sitting where the skills development funding as well as the PSET improvement initiatives are set. The target that was achieved was lower than desired at 19%, with only 9 out of the 49 indicators that were achieved. There are 39 targets that were not achieved during the period, which then resulted in 81% of the performance not being achieved in the period. There was one target that does require revision, and we put it as an outlier in the sense that it was intended to be reported in the 5-year cycle, and that's under administration program, which is around the customer survey itself. Then in terms of the reasons for deviation and corrective action, so once the annual performance report had been submitted for audit, the NSF management as well as the EXCO had a quarterly performance engagement just to identify what were the reasons that led to the 18% low performance and the impact on service delivery. So from the first item under administration was the lack of an integrated IT system and capacity constraints that had led to implementing the audit action plan. So just to indicate, one of the issues here related to the commitment schedule, which is a manual Excel spreadsheet, so it's quite critical for the NSF to digitize its environment, and a system has been procured in that regard and has to be reconfigured. Also concurrently, one of the key interventions was the establishment of a quality assurance unit, and this quality assurance unit in the program management environment really was about ensuring that we are collecting the evidence that is required to be verified in terms of the expenditure and the performance of the NSF-funded initiatives. The Quality Assurance Unit was only established in October of 2023, so it had not run a full financial cycle in the period of its implementation, but this has really contributed to ensuring that we reduce any limitations and ensure that information is readily available for audit processes, for accountability, and to ensure that service delivery can be evaluated and monitored. We've also developed in July, August of this year, we have finalized the development of 98 new business processes, which had not been in place prior to this. And this included defined roles in terms of performance and accountability being quite clear, timeframes and templates also being included. We've also contracted 99 staff, and this 99 staff are going to be with us until the end of March. And the 99 staff are mainly administrative staff, and they are the ones managing the collection of the evidence and the verifying as well as the storage. But we've also allocated administrative capacity in other functions within the NSF, such as in finance, the project environment, as well as in the other units such as ICT. We're also having to fill key vacancies, and these are key issues that will become trends in the rest of the presentation. So as I go through the rest of it, I might not repeat this again, but just to emphasize it here. So there is currently key vacancies that had been filled in July and August of this year, where we have had at least 4 directors that have been appointed in the critical post. but we've also subsequently have realized new vacancies as officials have gone to greener pastures or gone to other employment. So those vacancies will now be advertised on an urgent basis, and that will be concluded in due course. And then the reconfiguration of the MS Dynamics, which was previously procured but not yet operationalized. And the first deliverable is around the automation of the NSF commitment schedule. Then delays in filling of vacancies. What is quite critical here is that we are currently in the process of revising the NSF organizational structure in terms of the recommendations emanating from the ministerial task team. And this is due to be completed in November, where we are also looking at the different functions that had not been accounted for or considered when the prior organizational structure was approved. And that will also then look at the contract staff in terms of the organogram being implemented. But that will be post further engagement and approval by the Minister of Higher Education and Training and the Minister of Public Service and Administration. Then in terms of the central policies and procedures, this is also a new initiative that has been implemented where we now have a dedicated legal official who is responsible for monitoring, recording all of the policies and procedures within the NSF and where these can be accessible and updated. In terms of the limited supply chain management capacity that contributed to delays in the procurement, DHET has, we are currently being supported through the DHET because the Director for Supply Chain Management within the NSF, the post is one of those that is vacant. The recruitment process is at a very advanced stage in terms of seeking approval. But to ensure continuity for the business, we have engaged with the DHET to ensure that they can support supply chain initiatives. And then I have spoken to the limited ICT capacity. The ICT function within the NSF was really only established in January of 2023. So it has not been in place prior to that. And hence we have a number of initiatives underway to ensure that we have an automated and digitized environment and moving away from manual, because manual does result in human error in terms of the various reports that are required to be produced. Then in terms of the key programs for skills development funding, Program 2, which are linked to the beneficiaries, we have found that projects have not been submitting performance reports or the requisite records. That has resulted in the requirement to implement consequence management in terms of the contract. So under this particular corrective action, we have implemented processes through initiation to ensure that we verify the skills development providers at the point of the application being submitted, and this has been raised in the audit process in terms of ensuring that these companies are registered or that they are accredited to offer the programs. We have a memorandum of agreement which has gone through a robust process now to ensure that it caters for the various conditions and requirements for reporting and implementation, and it includes various clauses now in terms of consequence management. If information is not being submitted, what are the implications and what are the potential areas for recourse, including the termination. Termination in itself does have implications for beneficiaries, because if we have learners in the system, we need to ensure that we are also putting in place a rescue plan We have developed a policy on the project rescue, particularly around beneficiaries that possibly are in the program but due to termination would not continue. Project monitoring is undertaken on a daily basis. Majority of the capacity in the core unit is now complying to the business processes that I've alluded to earlier in terms of how monitoring is taking place and how it's submitted and how we go about verifying information. I must indicate that historically there was not processes in place around what type of information needed to be submitted to the NSF, but now that has been attended to in the business processes as well as the issuing of the circular, we call it Circular 5, which then outlines those particular source documents, and that's also been informed by the audit outcome processes. Then in terms of the recouping of funds in the event that SDP has not adhered to the MOA, we have lodged these cases with the Department of Justice through the state attorney. We currently have 8 cases that are with the Department of Justice, and we are also continuing to engage with the Department of Justice through the Accounting Authority's office to speed up the responsiveness around the recouping of the funds, because we have experienced at least one case where it has prescribed in the courts. So it does require that we really tighten up with the Department of Justice regarding the follow-up on the recouping of funds. Then in terms of the delays of issuing requests for proposals, so maybe what I need to indicate is that when the NSF allocates funding, there are 2 approaches. We have what is called solicited, where we go out on a national newspaper and advertise what is it that the NSF would want providers to apply for funding for. So that's on the website, in the national newspapers, and that is what we refer to as the request for proposal. So there have been delays in the handling of the request for proposals, and this is mainly due to the fact that due to some of the forensic investigation recommendations being implemented, we have had officials in that space that are not there due to the process, and that has resulted in that area being a key vacancy or key function for the NSF. So we have developed a plan around the initiation and reconfiguration of how projects can be evaluated, and what has happened is these have now been decentralized to the different regions to ensure alignment between provincial initiation and project monitoring across the value chain, so they are not segregated responsibilities. And then just to indicate under this particular item, the ministerial task team did make a recommendation around the establishment of a research unit, which we currently do not have in place, but we do obtain research through our agreement with the Department of Higher Education and Training to inform the priorities and the request for proposal. Then if I can move on to the delays in the evaluation, this is mainly around the vacancies that I've alluded to.
Sorry, can I interrupt you? So, can I make a request? So, part of what I have to do is to try and manage time. If you're going to go through each point, we will only do this presentation today, right? So, you were helpful enough to furnish the members, the committee, with the report. And what I'd like you to do, if you can, and I hope I'm not kind of disturbing your train of thought, we really need to try and deal with the salient issues. Otherwise, we are not going to finish, and I'm really worried about that. So we've kind of all seen through this, and you're going through each point, and I appreciate that you want us to have as much detail as possible, but we kind of need to get to a point where we have a conversation.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And yes, I will now, maybe just to indicate that these were the corrective actions, but really at this point, I was even going to move past it because all the issues that I have raised as challenges and the corrective actions, we have now dealt with them. So in that event, Chair, on the corrective, I'm going to hand over to the Chief Financial Officer then to take us through the financial component, and he will also take guidance that the presentation has been shared with the members and just to target those key areas.
Sorry, can I ask, just before you hand over to your colleague, and then for your other colleagues, just a couple of pointers which may be helpful. Firstly, I avail myself ahead of these sittings to teams that are coming here to help them to shape the presentation in a way that's going to be helpful for the committee. That's for next time, but that's for everybody, right? The second thing is that I'd like all of you to appreciate that the committee members do not work in your space, right? And so what is really important, especially at the beginning, is to give us the executive summary, set out a narrative, I appreciate the mandate that you went through, but when you go through it tab by tab on a PowerPoint slide, we also can get lost in it. So please offer us a narrative that is helpful and flows, right, in summary, especially in the beginning. So that tell them what you're going to tell them, and then tell them what you've just told them, right? But it's the brevity is very important. Deal with the key issues for all of you so that we kind of get the issues. Otherwise, we are too deep in the weeds of what you do without the operational context that you have. And we will talk past each other when we're talking later on. So is that okay? Can we do that? So what I'd like you to do, please summarize, just verbalize. You've been dealing with this stuff. Summarize what is in that first session. If you had to reduce it to 5 points, what would those 5 points be that you want to share with the committee, right? And then similarly, the rest of your colleagues when you do that. And then we can get into a conversation because the members have read the document, yeah.
So, Chair, considering that I have gone through the performance slides, inherently it's that the performance of the NSF is at 19% for the period, and there is a corrective plan that has been put in place and that we need to now monitor. What I do need to emphasize before I hand over to the CFO, and we've taken guidance from yourself going forward on how we need to prepare this, is to indicate that as part of the audit process, which is something I just want to pre-surface, is that historically the relationship with the NSF and the Auditor General has been a matter of concern, and it was not at the level that was required. Over the past 2 years, it is quite critical for me to indicate that we have developed a key coordinating and programmatic relationship with the Auditor General in terms of how we manage the audits, how we engage as management, and how do we provide the information. And this is quite key in terms of informing the audit action plan and the consequence management that we are required to report on in terms of the prior year and the period under review currently. So on that basis, I would then want to hand over to the CFO. He's going to be taking us through the status of the financials from the audit point of view particularly, and then I will come back and take us through consequence management in terms of the forensic nexus report, as well as the material irregularity that was reported in the prior audit period. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Ms. Era. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning, Minister of the Department of Higher Education and Training. Good morning, DG, honorable members of the Standing Committee, Public Accounts. Good morning to the colleagues at the Department of Higher Education, as well as good morning colleagues of the other institutions present in the House. All protocol observed. So, Chairperson, my presentation will cover the financial overview. So we will be looking at the finances of the NSF. We'll also look at the budget versus actual expenditure. And then we'll be looking at the compliance report, PFMA. And then we'll look at the 3-year audit outcome. And then we'll look at the audit action plan. So, the previous one. Okay, yeah. So, Chairperson, I will be very short in terms of my summary. This is a statement of financial performance. I'll just maybe touch on the important elements. The first one, if you look at the skills development levy, which is on the SDA on our mandate, we have about 7.8%, which is an increase. So, Chairperson, this one relates to specifically to the payroll movement. This is where we receive our funding in terms of revenue. And then in terms of finance income, this is very critical, Chairperson. I will be touching on it throughout my presentation. We receive interest from the PIC where we are investing. It is critical to note that as NSF, we are not a profit-making entity. We are service delivery entity, and therefore, this is not an ideal situation which we find ourselves in, but we'll explain a bit later the reasons. We can move to the next slide. So this is where the core mandate lies, where we are looking at the SDF expenditure. Chairperson, we have an increase of about 51%. This is due to the initiative that we currently engage in, especially work integrated artisan development as well as bursary funding. This is very critical, Chairperson, due to the fact that it's important that we highlight that if we achieve more on this SDF expenditure, that's where you will see the entity go forward. But the reasons for which I will highlight a bit later of underspending, or we'll highlight on the few slides that are coming. But we have already developed a comprehensive solution to enhance our spending. Okay. Then moving on to the next slide, Chairperson. So here we are looking at the administrative cost. I will just focus on the two line items, which is employee cost as well as operating expenses. So we are spending a bit more on the employee cost. Reason being, we have already highlighted, we have already employed interns as well as the contract workers. That has obviously helped us, but I think in the long run, we will want to ensure that our organizational structure is filled. But on the actual bursary expenditure. Okay, yeah, I'll try to definitely summarize. And then in terms of the traveling, we will, or in terms of operating expenses, we will definitely, we are looking at I think the contribution here is on the traveling expenditure. We visit a lot of projects, Chairperson, in this regard. So there, hence you see the expenditure. And then here I won't spend much time again. Non-current asset statement of financial position. The main issue here is around the TVET infrastructure. When you look there, as much as there is no much increase, but we have about 1.2 billion, which is disclosed in the financial statement. So there you will note that we have been transferring sites to the relevant institutions. You can move to the next slide. Then the next slide speaks to the financial position again. We are looking at the current asset. Chairperson, you will note the around 12 billion that we have in investment. We have invested these monies at PIC. You will note at a later stage again, the accumulated surplus is a bit around 15 billion. So these monies, we invest them at PIC, and that's why the interest earlier I was highlighting the fact that we have interest there, okay, which is a bit higher. The next slide, current liabilities. Again here, one thing that is critical is around the accruals from non-exchange transaction. Last year, we were required to to disperse funds to the NSFAS. Unfortunately, we couldn't at the year end, but we have now subsequently done that. It was a value of about 2.2 billion. Maybe if I can give more background on this, around 2021, there was additional funding that was requested by NSFAS, and the minister duly approved the process. The shortfall was around we covered things such as tuition fee, accommodation, books, as well as food of the student. Immediately we paid 1.1 billion, and then at a later stage we had to pay again 2.1 billion, which has subsequently been paid. But it was already sitting at the accruals, okay? We can move to the next one. So I spoke to the accumulated surplus, chairperson earlier, which is about 15 billion. So in this regard, we are required by SDA to payments. In fact, SDA permits us to keep the accumulated surplus. However, we need to submit approval from the National Treasury. We write a letter submission which is detailed and also highlights all the programs that we'll be doing. That is included as part of Annex A in our financial statements. All the contracts and all that we subsequently regard as commitments. Those commitments are regarded as earmarked. So when you look at the prior year, the movement is about 26% or 27% roughly. It is because of the 3.2 billion that was regarded that was realized as a surplus at year end. Okay, we can move on to the next slide. So here we are just comparing what would have been ideal in terms of the 10% limit that is prescribed by the SDL. So in the space, we are spending at least 5%. We are not over the 10% limit. This is noted that if we are over 10%, that will lead to irregular expenditure. Okay. Maybe I can skip this few slides. This one is contractual commitments, chairperson. It's disclosing the financial statement. We're just highlighting the movement there. So we can move on to the next slide, which is the budget vis-a-vis the actual. Chairperson, in this regard, we're highlighting how we are spending vis-a-vis the budget. So really here, there's nothing much. The overall movement is 8.7%. We can move to the next slide. So, Chairperson, now this is where it's a bit worrying, but the reason we're provided in terms of the program 2 and program 3 of the performance information, we are sitting at minus 68% in terms of the under spending. I think this is a worrying factor for us, a worrying factor for us to ensure that we spend a bit more. But obviously there are issues around the understaffing, and also there are issues around project life cycle. I won't mention point by point. So it's something that we are working on as an NSF to ensure that we spend a bit more. Okay. Then we can move on to the next slide. Here really is a comparison of administrative expenses. I won't spend much time, but the overall underspending is around 80%, but obviously we need to spend more in terms of hiring more employees, which is sitting at minus 50.8%. Then we can move on to the compliance report. So compliance report, there's nothing much maybe that I need to mention, but the fact that I think it's a plus for us. The fact that we have not had irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the past 2 years. Okay, so that is very critical. We have disclosed that fact under Part E on the annual report, on the compliance report. But however, there are all cases of fruitless and wasteful expenditure that we are currently investigating and doing the determination tests. Okay, so in terms of the audit outcome, a 3-year audit outcome, so we wanted to take the committee through the 3-year audit outcome. But I must also concur with Ms. Era in terms of the relationship. In the past, the relationship was really hostile between us and the AG. And also we did not engage more often, which really caused a serious concern. But obviously that needs to be translated to the better audit outcome, Chairperson. I must emphasize that. The fact that now we are having a good working relationship with the AG. So in the past, before 2022, we had disclaimers. That is a non-fact, but we have moved so far, and some of the good things that we have done, we have reduced the material findings on the financial statements. We have reduced, I'm going to speak to the limitation now, but we have reduced it from 35% to 3%. performance information is cleared from the disclaimer to qualified, and now we have a fewer translation on the compliance with laws and regulation. Chairperson, we had about, before 21-22, we had about 4 or 5 findings on the compliance. We had expenditure management, consequence management, as well as financial statements. Where we are sitting now, we are only having 2. And this goes back to the qualification paragraphs. We only have 1 at the moment, which is SDF expenditure. So looking at the graphs, so we wanted to actually look at the impact of the limitation. So we were looking at the limitation versus the SDF expenditure. Chairperson, you can see the downward trajectory in terms of the second paragraph. So we were sitting at 35% limitation versus the SDF expenditure, and when you compare it to the limitation, where we are sitting now, we are sitting at only 2%. So when we look at the amounts, we were sitting at 1.6 billion. In 21-22, and now we are sitting at 50 million. But if you look at the disclaimer years, there will have been more items there, which will meant the limitation will have been more. Okay. Then when you look at, so I was looking at the projection. Now I'm looking at the actual findings by the AG. So the first graph there, you will see the actual misstatement in the current year, it was about 2.8 million. When you look at the SDF expenditure, it's about 1.7 billion. But when you translate it to error rate, we are sitting at less than 1%. So it goes back to even the prior year, we had 960, and now we are only having less than, or the error rate is less than 1%. So there are so many interactions that, as I've mentioned, with the AG. So as when they're signing the report, we had 1 out of 168 projects that had a limitation, okay? And then in terms of now looking at the service delivery, looking at what we dispersed, because the accounting, the treatment of the SDF expenditure is different from what we dispersed. So we dispersed about 4.5 billion, and when you look at the misstatement, it's 2.8 million. The error rate is 0.06%. So what does that mean is that we are able to service, to perform our service and also deliver the service to the masses. So in terms of I won't touch that much in terms of the intervention that we've done, but what is important as well, Chairperson, before I move to the next slide, we had 16 out of 268 projects where we had limitation. What is important there is the value is between 2,000 and 350. In the past, Chairperson, we couldn't even know, or we couldn't even identify what were the limitations on which project. I think for us, then this is a way of showing that at least we are doing more in terms of ensuring that we are moving towards the right direction, and we are hoping that in the future we'll be able to get a better audit outcome. Okay. In terms of the audit action plan, I won't touch much here, but the fact that we do have a detailed audit action plan, the internal auditors have reviewed it. EXCO and audit committee are also involved, and we want to make sure that we have an effective and efficient audit action plan to ensure that we have a better audit outcome. In terms of the grouping of the findings, we had on financial statement with about 28, we had 10 on performance information, and we had 2 on compliance. In terms of the findings per unit, CFO's office had about 18, and 12 on SDI, 8 on COP, as well as 2 on LGRC. But what is the critical, Chairperson, is the fact that we had 15 in terms of the material findings, which have affected the audit report, and then we had about 25, which were non-material. Okay. So here, Chairperson, the next slide, I won't really dwell because I think we've touched on many, but I want to highlight point number 5, where we are saying unavailability of suitable, appropriate audit evidence. Chairperson, and it's only 2% where the Auditor General could not find the information. So as much as we do not have a central storage, required. In terms of the corrective action, I think Ms. Era has touched on those. I will not repeat myself. Chairperson, I
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just to move on to the consequence management, so there are two elements in the report. The first one is around the material irregularity consequence management. This was a finding that was raised. Okay, before I'm already moving faster. This is just an overview of the process itself in terms of consequence management. But in terms of the material irregularity that was reported by the Auditor General in 21-22, it was related to duplicate unit standards in a particular project that was funded by the NSF. So initially there was a determination test conducted, and the SDP then refunded the NSF an initial amount in terms of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure related to the non-availability of POEs. Subsequently, the duplicate unit standards as related to the material irregularity, the SDP disagreed in terms of the repayment or refunding of that amount based on the determination test, and subsequently a submission in terms of the labor relations process had to then be implemented internally, where 10 officials had to make representation in terms of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And on the 7th of September, we had the DG then implemented and approved that 3 officials would then undergo disciplinary procedures, and be held. But further to indicate that this was also informed by legal opinions that had been prepared in terms of the material irregularity, and we have submitted the reports to the Auditor General as required in terms of the progress on implementing action, and we are in fact due to submit another update to the AG regarding the implementation of those of this particular consequence management as it unfolds. So it's indicated that it'll last for 6 months. In terms of the forensic nexus report, which is related to the 2019-20 year, after 2 consecutive disclaimers, the minister had instituted a forensic investigation to look at these financial irregularities, and subsequently a report was produced which was highlighting 10 projects that were examined as part of the Nexus forensic report. Subsequently, there are 2 initiatives currently underway in this regard. The first one was the internal labor relations process, which related to 7 NSF officials and 3 officials from Ekurhuleni West TVET. The TVET acted as a skills development provider in terms of implementation, and the status is outlined in terms of the 7 NSF officials, which Minister and DG has already indicated what is the current status of these officials. But these are the status of the disciplinary hearings of those NSF officials, as well as the 3 officials from the Ekurhuleni West, which is really at a conclusion stage, where the appeal of the official that was outrightly dismissed has now subsequently been dismissed by the bargaining council and found that the dismissal was fair. Concurrent to the labor relations process, which focused on the officials of the NSF and the TVET College, there is the external criminal investigation process where the matter has been reported, the affidavit has been submitted to the Directorate Priority Crimes and Investigation. And currently, this investigation is underway from the Hawks in terms of the Nexus forensic report and the related projects. And that brings me to a conclusion on the NSF presentation to the committee. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. If I could, at this stage, just do a kind of a high-level summary of the two presentations, or the single presentation by the two colleagues. Firstly, I think we are presenting to SCOPA an entity that has worried all of us to a point where an investigation had to be conducted to establish the extent to which the report of the AG for 2019-20 and in 18-19 and 2021, have covered. In this regard, Chair, we do not only just look into internal labor relations angle of consequence management. We are also looking at consequence management beyond that point to look into civil related matters, also to look at criminal possibilities. In this regard, all of these cases, I'm happy to report that they are in the hands of the police and they are being investigated by the Hawks. May I also indicate, Chair, that in the previous time we've presented ourselves to SCOPA, we were together with the Hawks and the SIU, and they presented a report, and I do expect that at some point members would be interested in what is the progress regarding the police investigation, because what we present today is limited to internal labor relations. The members would be also interested in how we're trying to recoup those resources that were lost during the time that was reported. And I think that is key. The second part of the presentation, Chair, begins to say how are we rebuilding an organization that seemed to have had so many problems that the Auditor General has reported on. In this regard, we made reference to the ministerial report that's sought to look into governance, that's looked into operations. How do we improve in those areas? I think somewhere in the presentation by the CFO begins to show that in a measured kind of way, there is some progress that we are reporting. But I think overall you can see the tone of the report, that it does not reflect satisfaction on our part. It reflects an organization that is still serious about ensuring that we turn around the performance of the organization. At the end of the presentation of the Nexus report, we also do indicate limitations of what would have happened in the past. And that limitation is that the gaze of our investigation only looked at 10 projects. And we thought that we needed to increase the scope and cover all matters which Auditor General would have pointed out. And in this regard, we conclude by reporting that currently the Department of Justice have supported the SIU proposed submission of the presidential proclamation, and we are awaiting that proclamation, which will allow us now to go beyond just the criminal related pursuit of those who are on the wrong side of this work, to now start recouping the monies from those who are implicated through a process of the SIU. Chair, you will see overall when we present on NSFAS that anywhere, whether it is our institutions, universities, whether it is our colleges, when we suspect there is any wrongdoing, we immediately activate collaboration with the police and we pursue those matters. Whether it's in institutional level where we put administrators to be in charge, this is the modus operandi. We are looking forward, Chair, to the report of the Hawks regarding the overall and full scope of the investigation, so that we go back to the department to see if there aren't any other officials that may not have been identified because the scope was limited to only 10 projects, to now look into the rest of the projects that are now under the scrutiny of the police. I think on that regard, may I indicate that the minister, since appointed by our president, has made it very clear to us that we have to strengthen our work with the police, we have to strengthen consequence management, but we must also bring back governance in all of our institutions. Hardly the short time she's been there, she's been able to ensure that we advertise positions in institutions where there are no boards, to making sure that we bring back boards that are going to strengthen the governance of our institutions. As I conclude, Chair, you will also see that in those public notices that the minister would have made, the minister also has raised the standard in terms of who qualifies to be in the boards of our entities. What concerns us, Chairperson, is that as a department, we've got more than 110 entities that report to the minister. 50, TVET colleges, we've got, 26 public universities, 9 community education and training institutions, 2 funding institutions, which is NSF and NSFAS, and 140 private colleges and universities at the same. And so you can actually see the report to this department. In the number of entities that are getting clean audits, in the number of entities that are improving in their audit outcomes. We would like to work with you in ensuring that the performance, because I think it's important that upfront we demonstrate intolerance of the poor performance of NSF as it is presented today, and indicate that this is in the purview of the accounting authority, and the difficulty, and I need to put you into confidence into this matter, the difficulty has been to balance investigating the same people that you want to hold them accountable for performance. And this has actually, led to the slow progress with regards to the turnaround, but this, with the help of the Auditor General, has now improved. And I'm happy to present that report to you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Maybe my closing words on this item is to indicate that negative publicity is a concern to us as the department. However, we are noting that there is some level of implementation of the AG's recommendations, of which we are committing to improve in that regard. And Chair, what we are going to do moving forward is to make sure that amongst the key priorities of the performance agreement of the DG, NSF should be one of those. Hence, he's an accounting authority of the institution, and we're also going to make sure that some of the critical vacancies that are vacant in that institution, they are going to be filled. You are concerned about the balance that is not there, that doesn't exist between the access and success. Hence, we have 3.4 million of young people in South Africa that are not in any employment, not in any education, not in any training. As part of the turnaround strategy that we are going to implement within the entities to make sure that we close that gap, we develop a clear program that is also responding to the needs of our people, to make sure that at the end of the day, the exit strategy of them after training is very clear. Either they go through entrepreneurship or to any employment opportunities. This then takes us to the end of our presentation, and thank you so much for having us.
Minister, Dr. Sishi and your colleagues, thank you very much for that presentation. So we're going to have our discussion now based on this presentation, but also some of the historical information, obviously. So I am going to, at the onset, maybe offer a couple of views or takeaways for me from the kind of total history, but particularly your contribution here. So the first, and this is not in order of importance, right? So the first is that there has been an issue with capacity at two levels. One is warm bodies in position. The second is the capacity to get the work done, both vacancies and skills and experience levels and that sort of thing. So that is number one. The second, which could best the funds as the NSF should have been. And we need to have a conversation about that. And maybe let me say the objective of the committee, and I think you mentioned over 100 entities. The objective the way that I'd like us to work is that we're able to look at your entire ecosystem at a macro level, which helps you, Minister. We identify the consistent systemic issues right across that entire estate. So what are the most prevalent problems and why, right? So that would be the second. The third would be in the administration and processing of the funds received from National Treasury, as well as the management of the funds that sit under your custody during that time. The fourth is obviously the relationship with the Auditor General and how targets are set, how targets are pursued, how they met, and how the reporting is done, whether they're financial or in terms of the actual outcomes that you are pursuing. The fifth is going to be remedial actions premised on the shortcomings that have been identified. So I'm interrupting myself to say this because if we work on the basis of of a frame as we move forward, we are able to have regular interactions which are not necessarily acrimonious between us, where we try and deal incident by incident, which is going to be impossible because of the sheer volume of work the committee deals with and the entities that sit in your estate. And that's at a macro level. I've also noted from the presentation itself as a third point that, for instance, in the NSFAS report, there is a sample of service providers taken. We are actually not cited of the entirety of the estate. Are the patterns that we see in that sample indicative of what the entire estate looks like? And therefore, what does a thorough review and following up look like? Vis-a-vis what's contained in the proclamation, vis-a-vis what the audit plan and so on is going forward. And that so there are issues around, for me, as the chair, that arise out of the NSFAS report. There are also issues such as, and this is an issue I'd like you to address directly. So the members have had the benefit of the report. I think we shared it some weeks ago with the members. There appears to be a pattern which I'd like you to disabuse me of. And maybe let me ask it this way. Isn't there a training cottage industry out there? In other words, I need to get money, as all South Africans try and do in business, one of the ways in which I can successfully make money is by getting into the training space, to offer my services in various areas where I may actually not be qualified. And therefore the outcomes become poor. So out of the NSFAS report, the very first one you will know, which is the longest one, is the gentleman, is a company from KZN that was supposed to farm rabbits. The gentleman said he watched YouTube and then started getting in touch with some people and so on, and eventually arrived at 120 million as an application to the NSF. They are granted 39 million, just over 39 million. Your colleagues will know the numbers to the decimal, but I'm sure you remember it. Now, there are issues specific to the case, but let me highlight the systemic problems I see out of an incident like that. One, you have a service provider that more rigorous qualification criteria for training service providers, if they had applied, that service provider probably should never have been selected as a service provider, and yet they were. That's the first thing. The second thing is, for all intents and purposes, that appears to have been an initiative that, actually, if the person wanted to be an entrepreneur, they should have gone to the IDC or National Empowerment Fund or something for a commercial venture. But a situation where somebody offers to be a trainer where they have none of the skill required to produce people with that kind of skill is stunning to me. And I want to know whether you know the extent to which these type of cases are consistent, can be found throughout the system. My suspicion is they're very prevalent. That's important because it means we will always have suboptimal outcomes. Now, on a lighter note, there's an idiom in English that they breed like rabbits. There was an exception with this project in that there was no proliferation of rabbits. And you think if there is anything that must happen here, is that there must be lots of rabbits, because rabbits do that. But they weren't, right? So there are systemic issues. Then there was the guidelines that determine how the funds are going to be spent, the governance capacity within those institutions. So in other words, the extent to which the very setup of the organization provides a risk to how the funds are going to be. So it appeared that the NSF and the department had no idea that the directors of this company, not only didn't they have the skills, they themselves were service providers to their own company in another name. It's just one example. So that says to me, if that is the manner in which the entity allocates funds and tries to have them accounted for and that kind of thing, I am sorry, Minister, I have to say, we are on a hiding to nothing as a country. That's what it appears to me. And then there is also and this is on the NSFAS report specifically. And I don't want us to relitigate it in detail, but it is indicative for me of the work that we're needing to do. One of the issues mentioned in that report is the extent to which there was no consequence for not cooperating with NSFAS or not fully cooperating with NSFAS. And so there were instances where they didn't have visibility in terms of the monies went to, because people just chose to, kind of duck and dive, and there was no consequence. And thankfully, the authors of the report raised that in the report as an issue. The last two issues for me is so I'd like to get a sense of how the internal audit capacity looks like and how that works, and the ongoing discussion and relationship with the Auditor General. there must be an audit plan, yes, but there must also be an internal audit system that catches things before. I'm not terribly cited, and I know that, and I went through but it's critical here because, and it's a problem across the state, and that is, it is almost always up to the Auditor General to point out things the internal audit and the audit committee should have picked up, which raises an issue for me of the level of competence of the people that get put on the audit committee internally, and the robustness of the internal audit system itself. Because by the time the Auditor General comes, you should only be dealing with the audit plan, what information they will need, is it accurate, when is it completed, etc. That's the audit plan. It's not for the Auditor General to start fixing systemic problems within the institution, but where there are systemic issues, you are going to have this kind of thing, right? So that appears to be in a state that we need to traverse as part of this conversation. So I wanted to lay these on the table because we are not going to be able to canvass them today, all of them, right? We will talk until, in fact, we've got until 2 o'clock, so we've got a bit more time as a committee. However, on an ongoing basis as we deal with one another, I feel I need to be transparent with you that this is some of how the committee is going to proceed in order to ensure that at the end of the 5 years, Minister, because we've worked well together, even the President might feel that you need to continue in your role. We are not here to catch you out, but it's important that we have robust discussions about what's systematically problematic right across the estate so that we can fix it. So let me leave it there and give the members an opportunity to ask questions. I always start over there, Honorable Atkinson, you know that, but I won't today. So can I ask colleagues, so that we accommodate one another properly, that I know that we want to get into the detail of each question and so on. What ends up happening is that we ask 25 questions, and after 15 minutes, they've only answered 3, and the rest of the members are looking at me like my question has not been answered. So can I ask that we are as concise as possible in asking the question or in making the comment, so that we don't make, we give each other a chance. Honorable Dagmo, I'm going to start with you. Honorable Madlala, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Skosana. So I'm just going to go like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, to the Minister, the DG, and all the others that are here. Really appreciate the input also from the acting CEO. Just initially, we have an acting CEO, but I see that the acting CEO was actually, or is actually, in another position as well. I don't know if that slide can go up, where we have an acting CEO, but Ms. Era is also the chief director, I think it is, for one of the chief directorates. So I just want to ask, in terms of the current situation, you will see there that the Chief Director Strategy is also the same person as the acting CEO. So can I just ask, how is that managed at the moment? And because that's obviously a critical area of work. The Minister, in her introduction, talked specifically about, the fact that they know the root causes. I mean, this is a story. This whole issue has, I think, really, if you look at the impact of the theft of the people's money and the abuse of the people's money and how that impacts on the way people feel, I think the National Skills Fund is really something which has created a lot of uncertainty, especially, Chair, in the context of, we are wanting to make sure that something like the National Health Insurance works. And clearly that, like if you look at as I see it, the NSF, it relies on levies that are coming from employers. So employers are giving money in the public domain. There's a sense like the people's money is being stolen at NSFAS. So, and I think when we don't get it right, we have a situation where initiatives that need to change the lives of our people, such as the National Health Insurance, which at some level is going to rely on a levy on working people, and we are not able to show the progress. So I think the point that I want to get across here is that the story of what has happened and the story of what we heard today of what is happening to try and restore the integrity so that you can actually meet the mandate of the National Skills Fund is critical. And then I also see, if I'm not mistaken, that, part of doing that is communicating this, and you have a vacancy there in terms of public relations and communication, because what has happened in NSFAS, being open about what has happened, showing the mistakes made, as the Minister says, actually explaining more, what were the root causes, what actually happened here. We see the consequence management and so on, but you don't have someone to communicate. Now, obviously, the Minister is a political authority, she's responsible, and I think that story, like we're beginning to see a more positive story being told about PRISA, for instance, and that gives encouragement to people. So I don't think the NSF story is being properly told, and I'm worried, and maybe that's the second issue there about that vacancy. And then right up front, when you talked about the objectives, there's a reference there to economic participation. You've got that slide which talks about those like overarching, where it says they're contributing to improving economic participation. Now, as I understand the President's 3 priorities, the first one, which he announced at the opening of Parliament, the issue of inclusive growth and job creation. So for me, a clear, unambiguously stated objective around skills contributing to work, I don't think that is adequately captured. Clearly, economic participation, I think it's an issue of inclusion. It's not just participation. It's actually inclusive growth and job creation as a top priority. So that was just what I wanted to ask. Chair, I'm not sure, and maybe because I'm an alternate member here, the Nexus report might have been shared with everyone. And I'd just like to ask the DG whether that Nexus report can actually be shared. And then my very last question, if you could just put up slide 25, it's on the financing side that the CFO presented, slide 25. Number 25 is just I think it's quite encouraging. I, to be honest, wasn't aware that there's, as I understood, 13 billion under management by the PIC. And that's a story that also needs to be told, because people have said, there's this fund that is just being leaked dry, but that investment is there, it's invested, it's safe, etc. But the issue that I just wanted to clarify about finance income, there's a reference there, finance income from advance payments to skills development program. I'm trying to understand, how can that be an income? Maybe it's just because I'm not a CFO. I understand, skills development levies, but could you explain how finance income from advance payments can be categorized as an income? I don't quite understand that. But otherwise, Chair, without wasting time, there's a huge responsibility here to restore public trust. There seems to be progress that is being made here, but I don't think it's being communicated effectively. And as the Chair said, we're not here to fight. We want to recognize process, but also need to understand that people who steal the money of the people, we have a responsibility to deal with those people. And if you're not dealing with them, we can make recommendations to Parliament as this committee for direct action to be taken, even if the Auditor General is not using the increased powers that she has. And I think that's the spirit that we want to engage in this journey that you've shared with us today. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Madlala.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to honorable members and to the Minister and the delegation. The first question would be, in the beginning, the Minister spoke about the removal with immediate effect of people implicated in the NSFAS report. I want to just establish if that is linked with the last slide, which then gave a detailed of consequence management. If not, what was the process involved in their removal? Are they suspended and so forth and so on? The second question is, we have been advised that there's an active deputy director, skills development implementation. We're also advised on the same breath that this is a critical post. Maybe one would want to establish how long has the acting been, and also why is this post not filled on a permanent capacity, if it is the nexus or the crux of the functionality of the department. The third question relates to consequence management. We are made aware that there were 3 officials that where appointments of the hearing officials were made on the 7th of September. The hearings are due to take place on the 28th and 29th. I can see the pre-hearing that's on the 4th. Just to focus on the ones for the 28th and the 29th, that's about close to 2 months in between. Just want to know why the time frame, historically in other places, you'd have 7 working days in between the hearings. Why is the appointment of officials about 2 months back and the hearing so late? And I think that will also feed into the next point in terms of the efficiency when we're dealing with consequence management and the speed at which we attend to these issues. And in that note, I want to make a request that when we receive the report, maybe in the next time, it is also simpler in a spreadsheet format. So just say this is when the alleged misconduct took place, this is when the investigation was closed, this is when the appointment was made, so that we can trace it and know where the gaps are, who is delaying, who's not implementing. There are also other entities or institutions that are supposed to take these matters forward. We need to be able to hold them accountable. It makes it easier when there's a spreadsheet and we can know where the lapse is. The last point relates to the Ekurhuleni issue. There are 3 officials there that are implicated. One pleaded, another one, and they got different. One is a written warning, who's a junior employee. Another one is 1-month suspension. Another one is dismissal. And I think it would be good to get a briefing in terms of, I know these are matters treated individually according to their own merits, but the severity or the difference or the gap in between the sanctions is a bit of a concern for me, because I think we're still not taking a rife approach in dealing with issues of corruption as we should, and in a manner indirectly we tend to perpetrate that or perpetuate it. In as much as there are levels of authority, but for example, something like awarding or appointing someone that has overquoted more than anybody cannot be a light offense, because that's a clear, misconduct that can break the trust relationship between the employer and the employee. For someone to do that and get away with a written warning, I think that's a bit, but maybe if we can just be taken through, if there's any other, brief on what could have informed that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Madlala. Honorable Skosana, the first. We have 2 Honorable Skosanas in the same committee. Alternately, they claim to be the senior member of the family and the committee.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings to honorable members, the Honorable Minister, the DG and the team, and all other stakeholders present. Yeah, no, we welcome the presentation that has been made by the department, led by the input of the minister. Well, my first question is with regards to the filling of the CEO position. Because when I'm looking at the legacy report of the committee, I see that in April, you were here appearing before this committee. And in that meeting, I think you did indicate that the process of filling that vacant position is underway, In fact, in that meeting, you said dates for interviews, they've already been set aside. So now is October, 6 months later. You are not saying anything about those processes. The only thing that you are saying is that the position is vacant. Because if dates for interviews by then, in April, were already set aside, I think we should be having a CEO by now. So, but I see that today we are not saying anything regarding those particular processes. What happened to that processes, to those processes that were already underway 6 months ago, now that we are now in October? The second question is, what progress has the NSF made in addressing material irregularities identified by the AG that dates back to 2021? My third question is, what progress has been made on the investigations into irregular expenditures that has always been flagged by the AG in all the, maybe in the three previous AG's report? My fourth question is with regards to those officials who were flagged by the Nexus report. I think the TG indicated that there are some, I think there are some cases that falls within internal labor relations, which they've, I think, taken some actions, but there are other cases that falls under Hawks and other law enforcement agencies. Is there any latest report or any latest update regarding those cases that maybe are with Hawks or other law enforcement agencies? Because we are really interested on this particular matter. I mean, money was used for this particular investigation. So is there any update that you can give us in relation to that? Is there any update that you have from Hawks or any other law enforcement agency in relation to that? And my next question, I think at some point, if I'm not wrong, the erstwhile minister, Dr. Blayton Zimande, indicated that there would be some funds that are put aside by the NSF for the student loans to deal with the missing middles, that NSF will transfer some funds to the NSFAS. I'm interested to know what is the progress on that. Has there been any funds that have been transferred to the NSFAS to deal with the issue of student loans for the missing middle? The next question is, how far is the process of filling the 48 vacant positions? Because I think last time when we were here, you also indicated that you've got 48 vacant positions out of 179, if I'm not wrong. So what is the process of filling those particular positions? My last but one question, I think the CFO, I think, is indicating there that your underspending is at minus 68%. And is emphasizing that, yes, no, we need to, we need to spend, we need to spend. But yeah, I think it does not it's not indicating to us as to what are the reasons that makes you not to spend. Because I only heard him emphasizing that, no, we need to spend. And we agree with you that we need to spend. But why are you not spending? Because most of the departments and entities are faced with the challenges of not having enough funds because of the budget cuts that have been taking place since since after COVID, due to the fiscal challenges that we're facing as a country. Now, if we've got an entity or a department that is unable to spend, and you just say, you know, we need to spend, I think it's a worrying factor. So I'm interested to know as to why is that the case. The last point, also to the CFO maybe. Yeah, you moved out of the disclaimer 3 years ago, which is commendable. But to sit on a qualified audit opinion for 3 years is also unacceptable. I think in the first year, getting out of the disclaimer, I think in the first year, I think it's something that we ought to be celebrated. But to stay on the qualified opinion for another 2 years, it's something that we warrant us to worry about. It looks like you are comfortable. You are comfortable that no, you managed to get out of the disclaimer. So now you are on a qualification, and that's all. I think we're not convinced. I think from what you were saying, I for one, I'm not convinced that you soon you will be able to get a favorable audit opinion other than the qualification. So can you convince us that you've got programs in place that really are going to take you out of a qualification to an unqualified audit opinion, if not a fully clean audit? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, with extra time, Honorable Chair, because you said 15 before 11 will go for tea. Now I'll propose to you that I think 11 would be proper, because I thought I'll have a tea at 11:15. But thank you so much, Chair. All protocol observed. You know, the minister is here today. If one remembers, I'm not sure whether the SIU is as well as supposed to be here, because the last time when we turned back, you know, the officials, because the deputy minister resisted to come here, he went to an event somewhere. But thanks for coming, DG and the minister and his staff. The slide, I think, in the second round, Chair, I'll get back to the slides. But I was a bit disturbed when I'm seeing this organogram. You know, there's a director reporting direct to the DG. I've never heard of that in my life, but I saw it today here, that directors direct to the, I don't see deputy director generals in between, but perhaps at a later stage, I'll come to that. Quickly, I'm going to start by asking a question. What explains the delay in the filling up the strategic position, such as Chief Information Officer and the Chief Internal Audit? What exactly has the department done in stabilizing the ICT infrastructure of NSFAS, given the beneficiaries? Data integrity issues have been pledging this entity into crisis. I understand that the entity is big. Part of the problem relates to the use of obsolete software that can no longer be supported by the industry. The NSFAS call center is in disarray. Oh, the DG is still talking to the minister, and I'll wait for a bit. Minister, NSFAS call center is in disarray. The students out there are crying. And no one, I'll be very clear, no one is bothering about that. We know that the board has been changed. It was led by, I think, NSFAS once upon a time. There's a new board. But there's no, but there's no improvement. Can you update us on NSFAS student accommodation interventions? What is the status of the centralizing NSFAS offices to provinces or regions? When is NSFAS moving out of this expensive head?
Honorable Skosana, no, it's me. So, we are doing this in two parts. We're dealing with NSF now.
Yes.
We're going to deal with NSFAS. So I don't want us to cross over here. Please just focus on NSF.
Thank you. Now I'm aware, Chair. I'm very aware. I'm saying when one looks at the slides, the way you presented to us today, this issue of, as you articulated now, to say 3 years in a row, and I think my colleague here, Mr. Skosana, said that as well. When are we going to get a clean audit? 3 years in succession, you have qualified audit. And the CFO, for me, he was bragging that, you know, they've reduced, you know, by 0.68% or so, if I remember well. But I'm saying the issue here is about us not continuing what was raised during the sixth administration, that those posts which he already my colleague has spoken about are still vacant. There were time frames that by the end of March, you know, we'll have reports here. But whilst I was listening today, I had nothing. In other words, even in the next administration, they will be saying the 7th administration said this, and those things did not happen. I think we can do better than that. We are not trying to crucify anybody here, but we have to really improve. Because for me, I believe that there's professionals here. I've seen, you know, obviously, educated people are here, running the department. But every year, the AG has to come and point fingers. For now, Chair, because of time, the next round of question will come. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Skosan. Honorable Nilme.
Good morning, Minister, and your delegation, and thank you for the presentation. Quite a lot of my questions have already been forwarded, so I'm not going to go through those. The only thing, there's just two areas that I wanted to speak about, and that is the relationship with the AG. It is disheartening to find that there is that challenge that was held between yourselves and the AG. And especially because, you know, when one looks at the internal control deficiencies, the public entity did not prepare accurate and complete financial statements that were supported and evidenced by reliable information. This is evidenced by material misstatements identified on various financial statement line items. And so I wanted to find out what is going to be different this time, because management did not implement adequate internal controls, and leadership did not exercise adequate oversight. So you have management there, and every year, every period, there's the same challenge. What is different this year? What difference are you going to, what is going to be done? My last question is, the previous committee of SCOPA requested the department to use the SIU to conduct the investigation. However, the department decided that NSFAS, which is a private company, should be used. So there you go. Our committee here is the committee before us suggested. The SIU is of the view that NSFAS investigation did not possess statutory powers of investigation. So what is going to be different this time? Because you come before the committee here, we look at the presentations, we look at the turnaround plans. What is going to be different from the last term to this term? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Bila.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, to the Minister, honorable members. We really welcome the presentation as presented, but I have questions that I need to ask. Some of the questions have been covered by the latter speakers, but I will try to design them in another way. Number one, I just want to check the issue of material irregularity identified by the AG, which dates back to 2021. That what is delaying the NSF on addressing those recommendations? Because I've seen that they are moving on a nail speed. Number two, it's on vacancies. It was reported here that out of 179 posts, 49 or 48 need to be filled. Just want to check how far is the recruitment process or when it is going to commence. Because if this one can be fast-tracked, I think it will also address the issue that has been said by Honorable Neil May now, the internal control deficiencies that have been observed by the Auditor General. Question number 3, if my numbering is correct, is internal disciplinary process. How far is this process going? Because it was reported that 6 officials were placed on precautionary suspension in October and November on various charges. Are these officials still on precautionary suspension? Can we please get an update? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Bila. Honorable Atkinson.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you to the Minister and your team for the presentation. I'm always a little bit surprised when I hear a presentation like this, because one almost gets a feeling that the Skills Fund is something brand new, and we've just all of a sudden been shocked by these results that we're seeing. But it's been going on for some time, and I'm not sure how we can be in a situation at this time of the life of the National Skills Fund that we're only meeting 19% of your criteria, and that it's basically a dysfunctional fund. As the Honourable Doug Moore pointed out, this fund has a major effect on the economic growth and employment in this country. And we know one of the prime movers of this new government of national unity is to deal with the whole unemployment problem. And quite frankly, a lot of that lies at your door. Because if we are unable to distribute money to the people most in need in this country, which is people that are yet to receive qualifications and skills, and are not able to do it privately, they're basically being failed by the state. And this is a shocking indictment on the fund and on the government as well for the last 10 or 15 years that this fund's been run. So I know we can't cry over spilt milk. We're in a pretty awful situation at the moment, as far as I can see. I think this is probably a low. I don't know if it was actually even worse before, and if we're getting a little bit better. But I do hope that we can draw a line, and I hear all the factors that are being put into place now to try and improve the situation and to try and deal with the people who have been stealing money and all the dysfunction within the organization. And as the chair said, you know, we're going to be around for 5 years, and quite frankly, if you come back in 2 or 3 years' time and you're still giving us presentations like this, it'll really be a serious problem, because then it's just something that people are not interested in sorting out. But the one question I do want to ask, the chairperson mentioned about the person in KZN who I think received 39 million, and they'd basically learned their skills off YouTube. Are all people to whom money is distributed, is that in the public domain? So if the NSF distributes money to people with to train in particular spheres, are those people put out there in the public sphere? Because we all know that disclosure is the greatest antidote to corruption. And is there a process whereby people can object to the people that you're distributing money to, i.e., if they find out that someone is actually only getting their skill off YouTube, as opposed to being proper trainers? So is the public allowed a view of where the money goes in detail? And also within your organization as well, I want to ask, is there an audit trail of all the approvals that are made? So when someone has distributed money by the National Skills Fund, are there people in a committee that have to sign it off? Again, it goes to the audit trail within the fund itself. So I'd like to know what level of accountability is taken by people on the distribution of money to particular individuals or entities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Atkinson. So I've got some questions. but I'll make them as concise as I can. The first one is for you, Minister, and that is, I'd like your frank assessment of the NSF. And you know, the members, for instance, have raised the issue of only 19% of the targets being met. Here's why I'm asking the question. I think between the DG and the Chief Executive, there should have been a better narrative of what exactly that is and why at a strategic level. Right? Something that can be offered in a couple of minutes. They didn't do that. Now, I don't want to say it's because they also don't have the insight, but it does look like there is a lot of recovery work to be done institutionally. I want to ask about, I know you've, the Chief Executive referred to an operating model. Are you happy with the operating model such as it exists now? Because it appears that from the directorate, it offers management services to the NSF, if I to simplify, right? Does that allow the NSF with the mandate and the scope that it has to do to carry out its mandate effectively? Do you have the right level of seniority, skill, time, and so on? Because there appears to be an issue there, firstly. Secondly, Minister, have you instituted any process to get cited on the rest of the service providers that we've had? I referred to a sample earlier on. Referring those instances either for disciplinary action or to the Hawks does not give us a sense of what happened to the rest. When you sample, you get an idea of what's going on. What the Nexus report said to me is that now we need a comprehensive process. And I'd like to know if there is going to be that process at all. Because there might be more disciplinary cases that you need. There might be more asset recoveries that need to be made. There might be more prosecutions that need to be made. Certainly, if I was in that sample and I'm now going to be prosecuted, I would worry about the other 3 guys that were not in the sample. I'd also like to know from the officials, Minister, because you were not there, and I don't know, DG, if you were there. What informed the sampling? How were some chosen and others not chosen? And how would we know that of those not chosen, there aren't bigger and smellier skeletons therein? Right? So that is those are some of the questions. Thank you.
I'm not sure with your indulgence, there's a point which I left there. The issue that most of the issues are outstanding. Almost every issue here is outstanding. If perhaps they can report back to why all these issues are outstanding. There's nothing which is finalized besides the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you could answer those questions, we'll then take a 10-minute body break and then resume. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. And thank you so much for raising these very critical questions before us. Maybe I'm going to start by responding to the last question that the Chair addressed direct to me about the effectiveness of the operating model that is currently utilized at NSF. What I can say, Chair, because I need to be frank before the SCOPA, is that I don't think it is working. There was a Nexus report, as we have already indicated, which was not implemented. There is a ministerial task team report, which was appointed by the previous minister, and it was not implemented. What I believe should be done within the entities restructuring or review of the NSF itself, looking at issues of governance as well as management, because currently my observation is that we don't have capacity, and there is no way we can deliver in terms of our constitutional obligation of skilling the nation currently. That's the challenge that we're facing. And the AG chair raised a number of issues as far as capacity is concerned in our entity. The critical one that they've raised is about the leakages in our system that we're using currently. What they flagged is deceased learners that benefit from the system. They also raised the issue of invalid IDs that we provide in terms of reporting. When they look at the data, those IDs are not valid. And the other issues that we also fund or grant companies that are not registered anywhere. So it means there is a lot of turnaround strategies that we need to come up with in turning or correcting the entire system or the entire ecosystem in our entity. And the other critical issue that one is picking up on slide 54, Chair, of which members have actually raised, is that when you look at labor relations processes, also we don't have capacity in that regard. Hence, the report indicates that the Labor Relations Act 90 days expired. They did not conclude the processes of hearing and whatever DC processes of those officials that were charged around 2022, which then speaks to the capacity of the incumbents in those critical positions that we are holding. However, Chair, I think I did indicate that we had a session yesterday to say how best can we then enforce our consequence management. And I gave an instruction to the DG yesterday to say they must remove those, I think there are 5 or 6, those employees that are kept in the department who were charged by NSF. And by the look of things, the processes are delaying to conclude their cases, which then impacts to the capacity of the entity itself, because one of those employees was the director initiation at NSF, and now that the lady is with us at DHET. It's one of those that I said they must be removed because they are going to compromise the investigation that is taking place currently. So the DG is still going to make a decision where are they going to be then placed within the PSET system, if that is allowed by the legislation together with the scope here. Hence, we have to come in account. I'm going then to hand over to the DG to respond to some of the technical issues that have been raised by the Chair. But I think I must speak to this one of the capacity of our internal audit unit. We don't have capacity, we must be frank as well on that one, because currently we have only junior officials heading the unit, and they report, unfortunately what I learned when I arrived in the department is that they report direct to the Chief of Staff in the office of the DG. So that's one of the issues that I said we should prioritize when we turn around the entity to see how best can we capacitate that entity. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, thank you for the opportunity. May I express on behalf of the department an appreciation for the insights gained in the process of engagement. Allow me to start with your observations, Chairperson. Right at the beginning, you present a kind of an overview of the scope of the mandate of the department and the need for us to really have a sense of what is prevalent, in the reports of the audit, teams, Auditor General, across the board. And I want to be upfront and say quite clearly seamless coordination and, amongst the institutions has been raised by Auditor General. The issue, that has been specifically raised with us is the profile or the profiling of beneficiaries to the systems that are run by our SETAs, the systems that are run by NSFAS and NSF, so that we are able to detect if there are duplicates, if there are inefficiencies. For example, in some subsystems, you will have reports of students that would not have qualified, to benefit from the system, but they benefited. So those are overall issues, but there are also quality-related matters that speaks to, you make a point that you appoint service providers to train. What skill set do they have? How does that relate to what are the skills for the economy? What is the alignment? Do you have a sense of where we are? And I think those are the questions. Ordinarily, Chair, if you didn't ask it, from that angle, I would have said there is no service provider that gets appointed unless it has been accredited by our institutions. That would be my first statement. But knowing that there are service providers that have been appointed, and we find out later that they were actually not accredited, it begs a question of what kind of rigor, are our processes having. So clearly, it's information technology, it's digitization of the system, and all of those tools that will enable the system to be more efficient. And I think on another day we would like to share with you what it is that we are doing. The second point that I wish to make is that we have observed that there's multiple skills development plans by different government departments. But the Department of Higher Education and Training is responsible as a lead department. So what we have done is to begin a process of developing one single plan for the country, and we are eager to share this with you, which we call One Country, One Plan, which kills the boundaries between departments and develop one human resource development strategy for the entire country. This is going to have to then change our approach in terms of how we structure the skills development service providers, how we shape the processes that produce the decisions that we have. So we would like to commit to this, and we would like to share that work with you. And that includes the review of the human resource development strategy for the country. The minister is the secretariat and head of the secretariat for the HRD, which is led by the deputy president. And therefore, we as a department are responsible for looking into the entire skills development regime, and that those are the processes that seek to address the macro issues around it. And I'm happy, Chair, that you've raised those issues. But I think to answer your questions is better done through submission of the progress of those reports that are done, that I've referred to. And I'm glad to say that work is also at its final stages. Honorable members, I think it's important that I also make reference, and I did in my opening remarks indicate that we were quite aware that the Nexus report is narrow. So there was no dispute in that. One honorable member, I think it is Honorable Madlala, Honorable Madlala did ask, how did it happen that you go ahead with the Nexus process when you were advised that it is better, if the investigation was with the SIU. I think I need to make that clear. The decision to appoint Nexus was made by the department before the decision by SCOPA. So that was the reason why but there was no dispute later on, except that there was a struggle between us to agree on should we let the Nexus process continue or we use what we have and then work with SIU, which is the case right now. I can just say, Chair and honorable members, if you look at the involvement of SIU in all of our investigations, so whether you talk about Forte University, the SIU is involved. When you talk about NSFAS, SIU is involved. So we have a very strong working relationship with the SIU. And what we have done in order to bring on board the directive of SCOPA into the equation, it was to hand over the Nexus report to SIU, including all Auditor General's report, so that the scope of the SIU investigation covers the rest of the work. But your question at the end now is saying, do we foresee that further to the Nexus report and the work of the police, there will be other investigations? The answer is yes. We actually have to do it. There's no choice. The minute we receive a report from the Hawks and the SIU, we'll have to investigate, we'll have to look into areas, the silences that might have happened as a result of the narrow scope of the Nexus report. I trust that would bring some comfort to members who would feel that no, Nexus is not sufficient as an instrument to establish every issue around the reported irregularities by the Auditor General. Honorable Skosana, the filling of the vacancy of CEO, you're quite correct. Right at the end, when we were almost about to submit to Cabinet, there is a quality assurance process by DPSA that then suggested that that process needed to be preceded by the grading of the position itself, given the fact that NSFAS is a huge undertaking. The DPSA was concerned that it might be that you put it at a level of the Deputy Director General, but it could actually be at a level of a DG and so forth. So there was a need for the grading process, which is currently underway. Otherwise, we had started the process, as I have indicated earlier. The issue around the material but the SIU is more interested in civil-related cases. That is why there are two reports. Now, if you look into the NSFAS report, you will find that what actually was the biggest issue was that the reason for the limitation of scope of the Auditor General was because of the third parties that got contracted by the SDP that were appointed. So the SDPs are appointed, but then they further appoint other, third parties. And that became a limitation when evidence that was required could not be made available. And then it led to SCOPA saying, if you do this, if you appoint Nexus, they do not have the powers to actually summon those people who are outside of the department. And that's actually what led to us agreeing to then have a new process, which is underway. Chair, I trust I try to just give a sense of what that is. Honorable Dagmo, we accept the analysis that you have made. You are very direct. You also asked a specific question about the acting chief director, the two roles. Currently, that is a role that is being filled on an acting basis, so that it's not a two-piece. Basically, the acting CEO is substantively a chief director, but currently acting. So, but his own acting position is in the process of being filled as a quality assurance chief director. I think in the slide we should have made that distinction, and it was not made. We apologize for that. The other question, Chair, is Honorable Dagmo is saying a better story should be told about NSF. You have failed to tell the story of some of the good things we see in the report. We have to accept this, and we have to work on ensuring that there's better transparency in the system, but also better capacity to deliver on some of the weak areas that have been identified in the report. Honorable Skosana, the material irregularity question, I trust you're satisfied with that response. There's two Honorable Skosanas. I don't know who is the senior one, but to me they are both senior.
No. That's a very fraught conversation in this committee. Don't go there.
But I would request that we hold on to responding to some of your questions until later when we present on NSFAS as well, because you answered on both. And so I feel that we can do better if we've had a report as well, so that it might hopefully also explain some of the areas. We will come back to that, Honorable Skosana. Chair, right at the end, okay, there are other honorable members, Honorable Atkinson questions the whole issue of silence from myself and the CEO. I think the chair also did made a point around that, around the underperformance. I think we might have understated that, but we would like to commit to coming back with a better plan for turning around performance. It's the major focus. I have said earlier on when I was speaking on this matter that it has really been difficult for us to push for performance, at the same time investigating the people who must produce that performance. And it has been a struggle for us, but I don't want this to be used as an excuse for underperformance. That's why we did not elaborate on it, because we didn't want to confuse our message. We are presenting poor performance, and we must accept responsibility for it and present a clear report on how I dare say you may verify if there is an improvement in the system in this particular area. In fact, this has led to a point where we now have joint programs with the Auditor General to actually improve the performance of the NSF. And I think we will monitor it and make sure that this is done. The Minister also insists on the same thing. Honorable Bila, you have raised an issue of the filling of vacancies. You have also raised the issue of consequence management. And I trust that in our storyline, the issue of consequence management has been made very strong today. Our message is very simple. It says, if it's criminal, we involve the police. If it's criminal, the state agencies are going to be involved, and they are involved. If it's labor relations matters, we will appoint credible institutions to manage it, because sometimes there's collusion between officials in such units, and therefore the reports they produce are not going to give you a credible outcome. In this regard, I'm happy, Chair, to report to you that when it comes to NSF, I have appointed Advocate Mshe as an independent legal senior counsel to lead the investigations. Everyone who's part of the internal processes of the department is involved or is picked up by the state attorney and Advocate Mshe. It's not the internal processes of the department. So those decisions about people who were given certain sanctions are actually decisions that are arrived at independent of the department. Ours is to implement those decisions. We are proud to have taken that decision. It has brought back comfort to the public that we are taking this seriously. But I am also concerned about the pace. One of the members, I think it's Honorable Bila, I think it's Honorable Atkinson, who said it has taken you too long to actually finalize on those, and we are going to rein in on that. Chair, right at the end, you speak about project management. Almost like you're taking it from the recommendations of the Auditor General. The Auditor General says your biggest weakness is in project management. And I think this is something that we are taking seriously. Internally within our department, there is no capacity, and the Minister has made that point. And we trust when you come here, we won't be analysts. We will be indicating exactly what it is we have done to actually improve that capacity. Secondly, you make a point about the implementation that needs to be improved, that AG, I think, this one is the Minister's comments, that we're summarizing some of the further weaknesses that we have identified in the system. We are eager to come back to this committee and show that a report we are going to present before you is a better report than what we have prepared today. But in the performance agreements of the officials at NSF, I have also taken a decision to put the performance in relating to these issues as one of the matters that should be committed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Would you like to make further comments? I see your hand floating like you're eager to speak, or not. I'm not forcing you to speak. I'm wanting to give you an opportunity in the event that you want to make some additional comments.
Thanks, Chair. If I can, very quickly, just to indicate that on the approved structure, maybe just to contextualize, in 2012, NSF was established and registered as a public entity. The approved structure that is currently being implemented was finalized in 2015. So just overall, from all the honorable members, there were questions around, have we appointed a CIA, have we appointed a CIO? Currently, those positions do not exist on the approved structure. So as part of the implementation of the Ministerial Task Team report, there is a recommendation that's being attended to revise the organizational structure and looking at those particular functions. Secondly, it's also linked to the point around the operating model. Is it fit for purpose? Because the structure cannot exist without the strategy or the operating model being referred to. So I just wanted to indicate that when we're talking about vacancies, these vacancies, some of them that have been referred to do not exist, but will be attended to. And then we can submit written replies on some of the more detailed questions around the vacancies. I do know there are 27 posts that we are going to be advertising. There are 15 that we are currently at advanced stage in terms of the recruitment process. So as of August, there have been at least a number of 12 officials that have been appointed. But that in itself does not resolve or attend to the overall turnaround that the Minister and the DG has referred to. Then just on the communication part, to indicate that that vacancy has arisen now in August of this year with the PR and comms. But one of the key things that was implemented this year that did not exist before was the NSF website. So we have now got a live website where we now start putting up the stories in relation to where NSF is funding projects, so that can be found on nsf.org.za. So I think those are the key issues. Our current acting CD for skills development implementation and the reconfiguration of EXCO is something that the DG is attending to because it covers the entire macro structure issues, and the Minister has already spoken to matters around the improvement of the governance. I think for now, let me leave it there. There were a number of other questions which we can submit further information on. Thanks.
All right, thanks very much. Honorable Skosan,
I know that the
is there a question that was missed?
Yes,
for
there
you?
is a question which was missed. I know that he said others because I've put both the NSFAS and NSF, but there's those one particular on this NSF which I wanted them to respond on that. As I said earlier.
Which one is that?
I said that there's a lot of acting even in the provinces, and the issue of irregular expenditure in particular, if you look at those slides there, the Batsumi, the 400, Mlamli, Batsumi and others, they did not respond on that. Because there's 412 million, for me, it's a lot of money. I don't understand how can that amount be irregular, and what are the steps taken on that 412 million rand?
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. Apologies for that, Honorable
Sorry?
Nkosana.
In fact, the question was not answered. It's not, so I can't say it's a follow-up because the issue of funding for student loans was my understanding from what the ex-minister said is that NSF will transfer money to NSFAS for student loans for the missing middle. Is there any such, were there any such transfers maybe in the past 2 years or so?
So thank you. So correct me if I'm wrong. I think you said where, right? Yes. Okay, but just kind of re-emphasize that point, because I think there were 2 tranches you said in payment. So please address that as well for the honorable member. That's correct, right? Yes. Okay.
All right, no, thank you so much. I really thought some of the question will be responded in writing, but let me quickly respond to some of the question that specifically deals with technicalities, accounting terms and stuff. So the first one, it was relating to skill development. I think it was raised at the top there. So when we sign the MOA, we are specific to the SDPs that they must open a separate interest-bearing account. So the interest that is obtained there is disclosed separately under skills development, advanced income. So that's a short and long of it. And then
So sorry, in that spirit of simplifying things, so let me get this correctly.
yes,
If I'm a skills development provider, that's what SDP means, I'm assuming. If I'm a skills development provider, the grant I get from the NSF goes into a specific account. And correct me if I'm wrong again, the name of the account also needs to reflect that NSF funds are there. It then is used exclusively for this purpose. That account is a call account, which means it accumulates interest for the funds that are there. And what you have done is you've aggregated the interest accumulated from such accounts and you've given that number. Is that correct? So that would be the money that's paid so that they can execute on the program, but until it's used, it continues to bear interest. That's what you...
yes, basically that's what we are referring to, Chairperson. But as they continue to use, not necessarily they wait, as they continue to use it, if there is some monies that are there which are earning interest, those ones then we accumulate at the end and then disclose them under finance income on advance payment. And then the other question was around the missing meal. Yes, we have, after all the due processes were followed, then we agreed that we will pay NSFAS 3 billion. So the first tranche has been paid, which is 1 billion. It has already been handed over. The date was on the 18th of September, 2024. So the other 2 billion will then be paid in other 2 different financial years. Okay. And then maybe just to finalize, okay, there was another one that I think it was very important that I respond to, the material misstatement that was raised by Honorable Nell May. So that one, the issue here is around the system. So we have SDF expenditure, but then we have the non-exchange transactions that are linked directly. So at the moment, we do not have a system which we call the commitment schedule, which is automated. Therefore, we are still relying on the manual work, which then produces the different line item in the financial statements. Therefore, the AG then identified issues on our system to say, then they raise the issues of the material misstatement on the non-compliance. But what we have done, obviously, with the AG and on the engagements, we had a lot of discussion there where they identified the issues and then we corrected those issues, but then obviously the AG system allows for them to report the compliance once the financial part has been fixed. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Chair. So maybe just to add on one point on the interest-bearing account is that it's paid in tranches. So it's not the entire amount that is transferred into the account. According to the contract, they have to ensure that they deliver specific reports on performance, data, etc., and then the tranches are released. Then in terms of, if I can just come back to the question from Honorable Kosana, and the question you had asked earlier, Chair, in terms of the internal audit capacity of the NSF, we currently have 3 officials within the internal audit capacity at a directorate level. There is no chief director post in that space. So there is a need for us to strengthen that audit capacity, and those processes are currently underway, as I've indicated. However, what we do have in place is an outsourced service provider who is currently undertaking the various determination tests in relation to the irregular expenditure, for example, Batsumi travel, which Honorable Kosana had mentioned. Those reports have been drafted. They are currently in the quality assurance review phase, and they are due to be completed within the next 15 days. It's due to be submitted by the 31st of October. Then there are other reports which have already long been concluded, and those reports have already been submitted and processed through the labor relations unit up to the DG, and various sanctions are in process of being implemented for those two determination tests which have been concluded. So we can provide that in a spreadsheet or Excel, but just to say there are currently 2 that are going to be action, determination completed, and then there are at least 5 that are in the process of being finalized post-QA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's leave this portion of the conversation here for now. So I want to provide some guidance for our interactions in future, not just around the NSF, but the national skills development environment as a whole. But there are several issues that pertain to the NSF. So the first is that together with the secretariat of the committee, we are going to enter into a conversation with the department in terms of the sort of the pillars of accountability between ourselves. Dealing with legacy issues, because we need to make sure that the legacy issues raised in the NSFAS report, the special investigating unit, anything that comes from the Hawks, the filling of the positions, etc., we need to deal with those, and we need to agree by when, Minister, you come back to us together with the DG to tell us how far you are with those issues. So that's one. The second part is how we work together moving forward. Okay, there is several issues which are raised at the beginning. We will be clear what those pillars are. The manner in which we're going to help one another with information is the following. We will send detailed requests for information, questions that need to be answered, but always in a structured form that we will agree with, which cover the pillars, which is the governance matters, overall all of those things like your operating model and right. Secondly, the capacity issues across the board, that is people, the systems, technology, and so on. So that will be the second thing. The third will be the financial management and financial accountability pillar thereof. The fourth will be measures the committee can see that allow us to draw a straight line between the mandate, the funds allocated, the systems in place, and the outcome. In other words, the number of service providers to whom you have disbursed funds is less important than the quality of the outcomes that we are seeing therefrom. So the quality of the outcomes becomes important, all the way to the manner in which you are tracking where the people that you've trained have ended up. In other words, are we spending money on people who never get anywhere later on, or is there a surveillance mechanism to make so that you can also say X% of them eventually found work or one or other thing? So there will be a frame in which we operate. We will send, because some of the issues, especially that deal with the investigations, I think they need ventilation on their own. The committee will send detailed questions, and it will be on the basis of those answers that there will be a further engagement with you, because we also don't want to kind of spend the next 7-8 hours, because I do have lots of questions, I must say, about the investigations. But at the heart of it for me is the manner in which service providers are accredited, the manner in which they are selected, the manner in which they have capacity to properly account for the funds that are given to you, the extent to whether you know how bad basically things were in terms of the NSFAS report, and whether have you been able to quantify the size and the extent of the problem and what's going to be taken. For you, Minister, it will be the policy issue. So one of the things we're going to try and do as a committee is to hold ministers responsible for things that ministers should be responsible for. So is the quality of your executive oversight, is the extent to which the policy makes sense in terms of the outcome and how money is used, and whether the systems that we have in place right across the entities are such that the South African people get the value for money that they deserve. If we work like that, and there is sufficient frankness between us, we are going to have a really good relationship. If the candor is not there, then there are going to be problems. What I can undertake to do as chair is that really, I will always be available ahead of time to help any entity that's going to appear before us, and others use that opportunity to have a presentation that helps us with a conversation that is, so to really do not feel bad about saying we're sending you the draft to the secretary. She knows we're sending you the draft. Are you happy with it as it is, or are there some things that we need to change and enhance? I'm happy to give that feedback so that the presentation we have. So you see, we're not here to beat people only. We are here to make sure, because these proceedings are public. The South African people also have to follow the proceedings and understand what we're talking about so that they can see that Parliament is doing its work. So that is why I do it. But thank you very much. Let's take a break. It's now 11:58. Can we come back at 12:15, and then we'll carry on until 2, because we've got until 2, then we must shut. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Welcome back, honorable members. And can we have someone help us with the door? Thank you for multitasking, sir. I know you have another job here, but you are freelancing as a doorman. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. So members, let's begin. So I am going to ask you to try and go through the presentation in 20-25 minutes. If you can, like I said, it's been sent to the members. So please highlight the salient issues so that we've got more time for for the discussion. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I will try and be as brief, and I will mainly focus on the 3 questions that had been raised in my input and taking the presentation as read. From a context, as members will know, NSFAS essentially provides funding for students to gain access into education, and we do that for students that comes from families whose household income is below 350,000, and if the student or the learner is a disabled earner, the household income would go up to 600,000. In the past year, which is the current year, and it's not the issues we're dealing with here for now, with the loan system, it's between 350,000 and 600,000 students. So that's the scope that we are dealing with. The questions that were raised, if you can go, that were raised by Scopa is the update on the non-tabling of financial statements, the performance of the entity, and the update on the SIU investigations, and I will focus on those 3. On the annual financial statements, we had failed to submit our financial statements for a number of years, and the 2021-22 financial statements, there was a bit of drama, and that has been now resolved. The 2022-23 financial statements, we have finalized the audit. The Auditor General has given us the report at the end of September. We are now undergoing the quality control issues so that we can submit to the Minister for tabling at the end of the month. Of course, that is being tabled a year late than when it ought to have been tabled. So we have finalized that process, and now we're doing the quality controls, as I've said. The 2023-24 financial statements, we are busy finalizing the preparation thereof to submit to the Auditor General at the end of October. And it is in that regard, so maybe that slide that is showing now, it just shows the issues that the Auditor General has picked up and that they've shown, and as we go forward, we're going to be trying to address those. So with the preparation of the 2023-2024 financial statements, we have to deal with the closeout issues, which relates to the information between ourselves, agreeing the information between ourselves and institutions. Members will recall that that closeout process had not been done since 2017. And therefore, the financial statements that were prepared, the Auditor General would be unable to make a conclusive opinion on them because the information relating to those amounts that are owing between ourselves and the institutions would not be properly agreed and confirmed. So, as we are preparing for the 2023-24, which is a year late already, on that closeout process, we have received information for 2023 calendar year from all of the institutions except for one university. So on the universities, we've received from 25, with the exception of one. the Western Cape, the Peninsula, University of Technology, CPUT, submitted their information this week. And on Friday, the Vaal University of Technology will be submitting the information. But already in the process of preparing the financial statements for the 2023-24 financial year, that information we can only be able to incorporate as adjustments as the auditors are doing the audit. In terms of the value, so it's 96 institutions, 96% of the institutions have submitted in as far as the universities are concerned, and it's 97% of the disbursements to institutions. So we will have covered quite a substantial amount in relation to the universities. For TVET colleges, the picture you have there has since improved. You had 26 TVET colleges that had submitted when we sent the presentation. As of today, 30 TVET colleges have now submitted the information. And the teams that are gather that information are out there meeting the TVET colleges so that we can get that information and prepare the financial statements. Now, I want to provide a bit of context in terms of we've got 25 of the 26 universities, and we've got 30 of the 50 colleges having submitted their information. That will impact 2023-24 financial statements. In terms of the numbers of institutions, that's 72% compliance. In terms of the transfers that we've transferred to TVET colleges and universities, that represents 88% of the transfers. So from a total transfers point of view, it's a significant amount, but we would want to get that information from all of the institutions. Move on. You can move on. So what then happens once we've received all of the information is the validation process. That validation process ensures that because we transfer money to institutions, but we transfer that money for specific students. And those specific students may have different profiles in terms of what we pay for. For instance, a student who stays at home, we won't pay for accommodation. A student who stays in an accommodation and requires transport would need to do that. So the validation process ensures that we don't only agree on the total amount that was transferred to the institution, but we also agree on what that amount went to pay for. So that's where we're at. Some of the challenges that we picked up when we were doing this closeout process is that getting accurate and complete full cost of study data from institutions does become a bit of a challenge. And part of the challenge is that this information relates to historical financial years. Either some institutions, people that worked on this information have moved on and moved elsewhere. You're now dealing with people who really do not have the context and history, and therefore they have to dig to get the information. In some instances is the issue of capacity to do the work that needs to be done, especially in the form of data analysis for some of the institutions that we've picked up. But in some instances, the pressure that the institutions are under doing the current work that they have to do, and you asking them to go back and dig historical information, and then in terms of those competing commitments. But there has been a problem. NSFAS has not always disbursed all of the funds in time. So for instance, we're dealing with 2023-24 financial year, we're dealing with 2023-22-23 recently, and now we're doing 23-24. We have in this calendar year, just since I took over as an administrator, we have been disbursing funds also closing the gaps for 2023. So to the extent that one institution, you're trying to confirm the numbers, but you haven't paid everything that you need to pay to that institution, it also has been a contributing factor that affect the institutions in this regard. On the NSFAS side, some of the challenges that we're facing is that you've also had some changes in the staff at NSFAS, so you don't have the continuity. The funding decisions that have been delayed historically create a big problem, because you need to conclude the funding and make sure that there is a comprehensive funding list for an institution in order for the institution to be able to respond to these things. And as well as staff turnover. But there's a point that we've been picking up recently, and it relates to capacity, and I'm going to explain this in this way. This work of the closeout project relies heavily on what we do in the disbursement on a month-by-month basis. If we do the disbursement process properly, and we reconcile everything or soon enough, if we don't reconcile before dispersing, you will have less pressure on the closeout process. But what I've realized is that we have not capacitated that particular role, and it's one of the most significant roles that goes on throughout the year, if not the significant role within NSFAS, that disbursement function. But it's an additional function to some employee. We have, the team has put together a proposal to myself to say we need to capacitate this unit, and therefore we're in the process of building that capacity. So while closing out the historical information, we're also building up capacity to make sure this work is done correctly the first time around, and therefore going forward, that will close the gap and make sure this thing doesn't happen again. Move on. So on all of the areas where we have gotten the actual information, we do validations. After doing validations, we then agree with the institution, this is the amount that is owing, and then we do the payments. Only one institution, two institutions at this stage that have been concluded, and all that is left is to make sure that the payments are made either to ourselves as NSFAS or to the institution. Move on. So the update on performance, Chair, I will not talk much into that, except to say that from a performance point of view, NSFAS has not only been having problems in managing the resources, it has also been having problems in terms of executing on some of its mandate. Some of the questions that we asked earlier relate to the call center, to the payment of student accommodation. Those are some of the service delivery issues that NSFAS has been struggling on, and it shows in the few slides that are talking to performance, and I will not say further, I will just answer questions on that. Move on. I can move on as well. The update on the investigations that are conducted with the SIU, I want to make just a few important points. One, there's a statement there we're saying investigation is continuing and limited communication has been shared with NSFAS on findings. I don't want that to be interpreted incorrectly. We do get regular feedback from the SIU, especially at my level, but some of the feedback has to be sanitized in order to make sure that the integrity of the investigation is maintained. So that's what we're referring to in that point. But we have collected quite a bit of money, and some of the money has been paid over to ourselves by the SIU, and we also up to speed with the amounts that have to be paid going forward. Meeting with the SIU team, we have agreed that we need to have a clear set of procedures that manage the disbursement process, that manage the reconciliation with the universities, but at the same time, in the event that there are payments either to the institutions or from the institutions that have to come back to us, we sit down with the SIU and map out those processes going forward. So over and above the amounts of money that have been recovered and paid back to NSFAS, we are also working on ensuring that going forward, these do not happen again. Move. Again, here, Chair, I'm not going to be talking to these individual line items. I think they speak for themselves in terms of what has been collected. These are the institutions that where the work is at an advanced stage, and we try and liaise with the SIU. I must say that with the process of chasing some of these, sometimes the SIU colleagues come to me and says, but your people have moved 3 steps, they are not updating us. We are now trying to make sure that that process is seamless. The feedback to SIU and ourselves from the SIU works better, especially so that we make sure that we don't do the work they've done on some of the institutions so that we can save government money. Where the SIU has done the work, we rely on the SIU. Where we have done the work and the SIU looks at that work and they are satisfied, because the SIU cannot just take our word for it. They need to make sure that they validate what we put to them. They also do that, and then they decide whether they would rely on what we have done or not. Move on. There was an issue of the direct payments that where we were paying student allowances to students. We came up with a mechanism at NSFAS that we called direct payments, but it was nothing but direct payments, because we had 4 service providers that we were paying the money to, and then these service providers would then pay the money to the students. And the students were facing serious problems at the beginning. Just before I came on the administration, the DG was a week earlier at NSFAS because students had not received their money. NSFAS had transferred the money, but the money was sitting with the direct payment partners. That was creating a lot of instability in the system. There were threats of damage to property, as well as mass action that students were threatening, and we had to address that issue. In addressing that issue, we then approached our banker in order for our banker to help us with the direct payments. Ever since we implemented that, which was end of May, there has never been a single student that has come to us saying they did not receive their allowances. So the system works as it is today. But there are cases then that flow from that the Hawks are investigating, and we do get regular interaction with the Hawks in terms of how far they are in terms of these investigations. At the appropriate time, I think they will be taking whatever action the investigation indicates. But of note in relation to that slide is the fact that while we're then implementing the direct payment workers with our banker, we're then trying to roll that out for the rest of the students. And we were interdicted by one of the service providers, and they got that interdicted at the High Court here in Cape Town. So we're still in that process. SIU was assisting us to cancel that arrangement that was entered into because the first month's report had indicated that that process was irregular. And therefore the SIU approached us to say they will be taking the matter to the special tribunal so that it be cancelled, and we are working with the SIU to make that happen. That process was delayed because the special tribunal, the last judge to serve there was retired, left end of May, I think, end of April or end of May. So we have not been having the special tribunal constituted. The minister wrote to the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Justice has taken the process. The note I got this morning is a note that suggests that that process is at an advanced stage, and we will be getting the appointments of that special tribunal any time from now. So we hope that once that is done, the case is ready. It was prepared. The previous judge, before she left, she made sure that she makes certain determinations that will enable the case to move forward as quickly as possible. So as soon as that is back constituted, we'll be able to follow up and close on that cancellation of those direct payments mechanism, which will then deal with the issue of the interdict that is pending. These are the institutions from which the SIU has conducted the work and the amounts involved, and this is the amount that has been paid back to NSFAS. And some observations on the closeout reports. One is that we had failed to design controls and implement controls to ensure that reconciliation happens on a regular basis. I've already spoken to the capacity issue that this function of disbursement of funds was a function that is a sub-function of another function within NSFAS, which doesn't help. This is 50 billion rands that you are dispersing. You therefore need dedicated capacity. So we did not do that, and we are busy addressing that issue, so to speak. This control weakness is the one that has led to the overpayments and underpayments. You will always have some differences on an ongoing basis because the changes at institution of what the student is registered for and what the student is being paid for may change at any given point in time. But if you've got a function that deals with this thing on a regular basis, you'll be able to deal with it as quickly as possible. So That, I believe, will then make sure that we do the closeout. After finishing the closeout, we'll then be able to prepare the financial statements for 2024-25 in time. Once we're done with the universities, because I said up to 2023, we only left with one university, which we will get by the end of the week. Once we're done with that, with the universities, we will now be doing the work for the 2024, which already we've got the information ready as NSFAS up until the end of September. Our intention is that by the end of November, all of the transfers and disbursements to institutions must be agreed with the institutions by the end of November, up until the end of October. When the institutions are closing for Christmas, we must have done all of that up until the end of November. That will leave us with 1 month only that will have to be reported in the 2023-24 financial year, 24-25 financial year. So what I'm therefore saying is that I am confident that with the work that has been done at this point, the minister will be able to table the financial statements for 2024-25 on time, because the work that leads to that and big bulk of the work that goes into the financial statements comes out of this closeout report. And where we're sitting today, we should be able to do those closeout reports by the end of this year for up until the end of November. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nomvalo. So I'm going to ask you, I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm going to ask you to just deal with Honorable Skosana's questions up front, because he had already asked them before. So we have not forgotten Honorable Skosana. So I just wanted maybe more specific context. So you are the administrator of NSFAS. So I am mindful of the fact that this is a sort of a new committee in this parliament, but also the public is watching. So if you don't mind just maybe explaining your role at NSFAS, and also I guess your high-level assessment when you go there. I know you've dealt with the questions, and I'm happy with how you've dealt your questions. Just a high-level assessment of what you found, and then deal with Honorable Skosana. I'm assuming then, and the minister is here, so we're not speaking behind their back. At some point, the minister will make a decision about who heads the institution permanently in the normal course. So you've been asked to come and put out the fire, basically, by the department, as I understand. So just maybe set out that bit and then deal with Honorable Skosana's. In fact, we'll deal with Honorable Skosana's questions as the first questions that you deal with. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it is true that I'm here in my capacity as the administrator of NSFAS, appointed on the 12th of April 2024 by the former Minister of Higher Education. And the main tasks related to having to make sure that the funding decisions that NSFAS makes are finalized, make sure that the planning for 2025 opening of applications is done, the risk assessment for that process is done, and the procedures that will ensure that that process works efficiently, smoothly is done. Addressing some of the operational weaknesses within NSFAS as an organization, where possible, deal with the capacity issues where there's been capacity constraints, as well as ensuring that this closeout project is done and finalized, because a lot depends on it. And to the extent that we need to fund students, the government policy is that no student who's deserving should be left unfunded. But of course, there would always be limited resources here and there. So one of the mandates that we have as NSFAS is to raise funds. Without the financial statements being up to date, it's difficult for any foundation to even entertain the issue of raising funds. Those are some of the role issues, Chair, that we have to do. High-level assessment, for me, has been that we have unfortunately taken decisions in the past in the quest to resolve the challenges that we had faced as an institution, but those decisions exacerbated the problem, i.e. the direct payments mechanism issue. It's an issue that was meant to resolve the issues, but instead of resolving the issues, it created more problems and in fact eroded some of the allowances to students. As an example, when we make a transfer under that dispensation, we would pay 12 rands to the institution, to the entity that was contracted, as well as the entity would also take another 10 rands from the student. So one transfer would then cost at least 22 rands. The arrangement we've made with our banker costs us less than 1 rand. Same transaction, and it costs us less than 1 rand. So while we were trying to resolve the problem that came with the old mechanism of transferring money to students, the mechanism that we put in place created other problems. There's a big issue which goes to one of the questions that Honorable Skosana has raised that relates to student accommodation. There's a lot of allegations that are made in this area. Some people claim that there is evidence, and we, to the extent that some of the claims have been made to ourselves, we still want to see the evidence so that we're able to follow up and then take the necessary action. But some of those problems had the effect that we took a decision as a sector that we would have a pilot that NSFAS would undertake for accommodation, which created other kinds of problems, because in one institution you would have, say you've got 5,000 students that are funded by NSFAS, 5,000 are handled by the institution, 5,000 are handled by the pilot project. When you transfer as NSFAS, you transfer and pay everybody, but you transfer this other money to the institution, but then the institution doesn't pay the NSFAS students that are supposed to be paid by the institution, paid for by the institution. And then when you hear about it, the students already taking action. But you think you've paid everybody in that institution, but you've created this mechanism where there's two channels that are dealing with the same thing, and the information asymmetry becomes a problem. So that's one of the problems. And in some instances, by the way, it would be the institution has paid everybody, but NSFAS has not paid everybody. So it does happen in vice versa as well, so that you do not think that I'm just throwing them under the bus. So that created more problems in the student accommodation space. But part of the problem that led to that were allegations that a lot of accommodation providers, especially previously disadvantaged persons, would have an accommodation that is suitable, that is close to the institution, but would never get allocated students because of gatekeeping and all of these things. So there's been a lot of problems around the accommodation space that we've had to deal with. Some of them were digging. So to the question that the Honorable Member raised, one of the steps we've taken is to set up a national student accommodation task team, which has got multi-stakeholders, accommodation providers, students, universities, ourselves, and other role players like NEF, DBSA, and so on that are assisting us in thinking about, to the extent that you've got small providers there, how do they get assisted financially so that they can provide viable accommodation. The department issued norms and standards document in 2017 on what a student accommodation should look like. And so any accommodation to be accredited, it must fit within that. So that task team has been working on that regard. We had this, the capping of the rental amounts that have to be paid. An instrument that is meant to make accommodation affordable. But some of the accommodation providers who are charging far less, they see the cap as a target and then they move their charges up. But then you will have people that were above the cap who then are depressed, and therefore it creates other challenges. Yes, it's an instrument that is meant to solve a problem of affordability, but the instrument has created some challenges. To that extent, we're doing a study that's going to help us to come up with a policy proposal that we'll give to the minister in terms of how to deal with that issue. There's been short payments or underpayments for student accommodation providers. In this past weekend, in one province, there was about 2,000 students, for instance, whose accommodation was not paid for. When we dig, we've got a similar problem again, Chair, in the accommodation space, in that we've got 4 providers again that we call solution partners. They help create a broking system for accommodation. So students, when they go to a university, they will know there is an accommodation in this place that I can get into. The system allows to do the lease agreement. The system helps us when we have to pay. But what we added as NSFAS was an element that we should pay the accommodation provider through these solution partners. Now, when we pay through these solution partners, we also then are blindsided in as to who they have paid at the end. And in this instance, in that one province, those 2,000 students, the money was paid to their solution provider, but the solution provider did not pay it to the institution. And therefore, the landlord is now facing eviction, is facing the banks having to foreclose on the property and all of those challenges. And these are all the challenges that have been happening. So we've been trying to catch up on all of the short payments that have been done in the past, but at the same time to devise a new system that will work better on the student accommodation. Second question that the honorable member raised was on the call center that is in disarray. Yes, there has been problems with the call center, but the 2 biggest contributors to the problems of the call center has been student accommodation, but also has been the processes when we process applications and appeals, as well as student allowances. So those were the 3 biggest issues. We're solving the appeals process so that there can be better clarity there. We have solved the student allowance payments through the direct payment process that we've implemented with our banker, so that has reduced the traffic. We're currently dealing with the student accommodation issue. So those are the 3 things that are making calls, multiplicity of calls to clog the call center. So by addressing these issues at the source, we believe that we're going to reduce the pressure to the call center over and above implementing other mechanisms like the chatbot that we've implemented that's going to help the call center to improve its processes. You talked about the old systems that we have that are not helpful. This one was very prevalent when you think about the application process. We've just opened the applications now for 2025. Already we've received over 1 million applications, but just over 400,000 new applications. To process those, you need systems that are reliable. What was happening in the past, a student would have a status that says the student is funded, and then the following day, the same student, data has not changed, it says the student has not been funded. So there was instability in the database. We've sorted out the stability of the database. Now, when it says funded, it's funded. It stays that way throughout. There's still some other improvements that we need to make on systems, make no mistake about that. But we are identifying where the weaknesses are and trying to resolve those weaknesses. And then the 2 questions, decentralization of the NSFAS. The minister has been on our case on this one, and there is a process underway to make sure that NSFAS is accessible. We've already identified how many, which provinces need to have physical offices: Eastern Cape, KZN, Gauteng, as well as the Western Cape. We're debating about Limpopo, because Limpopo has got at least 9 institutions, but it can be serviced from Gauteng as well. But the minister also said, as we resolve this problem, there will be institutions that are outside of these 4 provinces where there's been perennial problems. In those institutions, we need to have presence so that NSFAS can address this. Last week, we met with FAPSA, Financial Aid Professionals of South Africa, from all of the institutions, all of the 76 institutions in Durban, and we discussed the mechanism that we have to implement in order to address that. And then the issue of the funding for loan, the loan funding, we did receive the money. We have, this is one area where we have really performed poorly. We've only finalized 1,300 students and sent information to institutions, and we're in the final steps of closing that so that it can happen and those students can be funded. For next year, we'll take lessons from this year so that the funding decisions relating to student loans for the missing middle are taken on time. But in the current financial year, we've performed really, really poorly. Dr. Socigwa is always on the phone to me, asking me when is this issue being finalized as well. And then the appointment of the CIO, we're still searching to find somebody. It's not an easy ask for us, but we have built some capacity around the acting CIO so that we at least support him. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Namvalo. So, Honorable Atkinson, you know, I gave you a chance last time. I want to start with you. So we're going to go this way. So it's you, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Nilmay, Honorable Bila. Are you? Okay. Honorable Skosana and Honorable Matlala. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's probably a fairly similar comment that I made to the National Skills Fund. We can see the issues that relate to NSFAS and the problems that you've got. What sort of time frame do you think we should look at to seeing you get on top of these problems and resolving the issues that we highlight? I see you're obviously better than the Skills Fund. They're at 19%. I think you're at 41% of your targets met. So we've still got quite a long way to go. And I'd just like to know, maybe you can make an undertaking to us as a committee as to what time frame we can expect to have this all resolved by. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, the time frame which I want to make a follow up as well on that, to say that time frame I've spoken about. I think Mr. Nomvaro did not answer on that one, maybe at a later stage, because the issue that I think it was in March, it was supposed to have been done by March. The 31st of March 2024, that investigation by SIU was supposed to be done and dusted. And now we are somewhere in October, in the middle of October. Now, I'm going to come back by saying the issue of ICT, if I've heard you very well, is been resolved. Hopefully, by the time you come back next year again, we won't have, you know, when you're watching the news, the students sitting on the pavement, you know, they're being kicked out from their residence because money is not paid. I mean, that's the reality we are facing. Now, the issue of overpayment and incorrect disbursement, there have been reports of overpayment of students leading to significant financial loss. Some of the students received funds they were not entitled to, while others who qualified didn't receive the correct amounts on time. What steps are you taking in correcting those issues? Instances of unauthorized access to student data have raised concern about data security, with some individuals manipulating records for personal gain. If you remember the Incamba digital contract investigation, I think you can perhaps brief us as a co-committee today. Because as I said, this legacy and the issue of the sixth administration, for me, I don't think it's fair for us to be continually asking you whether there's GNU or whatever the name is. For some of us, it's irrelevant. The issue is that there should be a delivery for our people who are feeling the pain on the ground. In particular, from those, I think if you said the previously disadvantaged, you know, you've made an example that some people, you know, you find that he's charging X amount, which is lower than the cap. But because of, you know, they are seeing others getting better, you know, rental fees. Therefore, they up the scale. But coming to this Incamba, the awarding of this multi-million rand contract to Incamba Digital was scrutinized, raising question about the tender process, fairness and compliance with regulations. Special Investigation Unit, the SIU, has been involved in multiple investigations to uncover this fraudulent activity within NSFAS. They have worked on identifying irregularities in payment process and brought several cases to light for further legal action. But as NSFAS, I know that you said you are an administrator, you know, and I was complaining about acting people. Now there's an administrator. You know, it reminds me of SAA. And I hope we are not going that route. I hope, TG, we are not going that route of having administrators, acting people, you know, every year there's a new phase, you know, there's a rescue plan, and I hope we are not going there. Can you, my last part one, can you really explain the delay up of this key strategic position? I just want to understand this now. What is the delay? And I'm not sure whether the students who've been funded by NSFAS after completion, are they still paying back the money, trying to help those who are unfortunate, or because of the free education, there's no longer paying back the money? When I'm saying paying back the money, you know, with due respect, not in bad faith, to say those who are successful, like yourself, if perhaps you've been funded by NSFAS, we are working, then you are paying back the loan, you know, inverted commas. You know, I'm not sure whether it's the modus operandi still like that. And some students, you must remember, some results are being held on by these universities because students did not pay, and you know, they can't get employed. They want their qualifications, but they cannot get them because of all these problems which you've already articulated to us. My last parting shot for now will be, you know, I'm going to mix issues, TG, but there's an expensive building there. I think we are paying almost 2 million rand. Very close to 2 million. When are you going to move out of that building and get something reasonable? Thank you. And that question which I've asked, let me make a follow-up, Chair, before I leave. That 412 million on the other side, I still didn't have an answer. The Mlauli, the Batsumi, and Mamrecha, the traveling agents, I was still not answered on that. Maybe the DG will answer on that, but that irregular expenditure is too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nilmay.
No, thank you very much for the presentation. And I can see there is light at the end of the tunnel. The questions that I have was also, one was the rental offices in Cape Town. I heard my colleagues say it's about 2 million rand a month. I'd be interested to know how much that is costing. And is that accommodation user-friendly? You know, you were saying that in each of the regions there should be offices. Why not have a NSFAS office in each institution? And I mean, you would be able to get that basically from the university for free, I'm sure, because it would obviously help the students. And that would actually help those that are waiting, or if there are problems, et cetera, you know, make things simple for students. I'm from Eastern Cape. Obviously, Southernwood is in my constituency. And when I was at Buffalo City Metro, obviously we had to deal with toy-toying students. Some were arrested, which had to be bailed out, you know, and it was not a pretty picture that we went through this year, actually at the beginning of this year. The other area that I wanted to speak to you about is the call center. Have you looked at bringing artificial intelligence into your call center? You know, that must assist, because if you're dealing with, you know, you've had 400,000 applicants, your infrastructure on IT should be top. You know, you need to go digital, totally, and try and manage the whole system digitally, because that is one of the areas that you really need to deal with. I mean, there were 90,000 appeals. You know, how far are you with those appeals? I'm happy to hear that the special tribunals is waiting for and will continue. I did have one last question. The loan for students. Is there not a plan, way forward? Because students leave university, and then what? Now they have to pay their loans back. Could you not work with some of the NGOs that are assisting? You've got Gomso, who was doing that. That was made up of, you know, the sort of civil society businesses. I'm talking about like Nando's and that, who fund that. But to assist in getting them into apprentices or getting them into institutions. So one should be working with our next department to make sure that all the students that got loans are somewhere. Instead of your skills, as in the previous presentation, the cottage industry of skills training, where they are getting students into internships by those companies, by professors who have companies in whatever. One should have a plan, because if we are supposed to get the money back for the next tranche of students to go, government should definitely have a plan to prioritize all those students that have got loans. Because in the past, if you got a loan from that institution, you would have to work back that loan somewhere. So there needs to be a phase 2, and where those students that have graduated on NSFAS loans should be prioritized in all industries, companies, or whatever, to try and help that work. I'll come back oh yes, banking, the bankers. Yes, I think that is important. If one would have rather have looked at the banking industry to actually manage, because that is huge amounts of money, you know. And when you look at for service providers, managing that kind of money must have been like honey in a pot, you know. One doesn't know, did they have the capacity? Have they bought all their fancy cars first and then decided to pay, or what, you know? I think that is very important, to make sure that the money that is being given is tightly managed. And if it means it goes to the banks to actually pay that money out for less than R1, that is a priority in managing the funds that go out. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Bila.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greeting once more. We just want to welcome the presentation as presented. I think I have only one question for now. Honorable Chairperson, the NSFAS is seen not to be complying with legislated dates while compiling or tabling its annual reports. Just want to check, with the new sheriff in the house, can we expect changes come the upcoming tax year? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon. Yeah, no, we appreciate the presentation from the NSFAS, from the administrator, Mr. Nomvalo. I'm interested to know which position were you occupying before you were appointed as an administrator, whether you were within the department, what was your role? Because you seem to be very clued up with these things of NSFAS. But it reminds me of a certain institution, a municipality, that had challenges, and then in one province, and then the MEC and the provincial government put that municipality under administration, and the administrator was seconded to be in charge of the municipality. And in the process, the contract of the MM expired, and then the MM left. And then part of the responsibility of the administrator was also to advertise the position of the MM. And surprisingly, the administrator applied for the position of the MM. when we thought that the administrators will go back to his previous position in the provincial government after the appointment of the MM. So the administrator also applied for the position of the MM. Well, I'm not implying that Mr. Novalo has that interest, but I'm just, I see that he's very clued up about all these issues of the NSFAS. I see that the NSFAS again got an adverse audit opinion, but obviously it was before the arrival of the administrator. So what are the other, what are your plans in making sure that in the next financial year you get a favorable audit opinion? Because an adverse opinion is a very bad audit opinion from the AG. Secondly, with regards to the 72% compliance of institutions in terms of submitting required information to the NSFAS, which also contribute to the department of not being able to table to submit late annual reports and annual financial statements. What is the real challenge with these institutions? Why are they not able to submit the required information on time? Is it a lack of capacity, or there's or they need training? Why is it so difficult just to submit the information on time? Because that has a serious impact on the entire department and failing to take the annual report and financial statement on time. Now the challenge of direct payments, because to me, both systems, I think there's no, what term direct payment, because what we are a direct payment to me is also the direct payment, because we're paying to service provider that must then ultimately pay to student. Also, the same when we are paying to institutions that they also delay because of their own problems in paying the students. So are there no plans, Honorable Minister and DG, for future purposes for the NSFAS to be able to pay directly to students, to remove the middlemen, remove service providers, remove institutions, but have build capacity within NSFAS so that NSFAS can be able to pay directly to student accounts? Are there any plans in that regards to build capacity within NSFAS so that NSFAS can be able to deal directly with students, deal directly with landlords in relation to the issue of accommodation and so forth? Yeah, I think that was my last question. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Madlala.
Thank you, Chair. I will just ask a few questions. I like students because I'm a former student leader myself. One of the student leaders said if they speak English, we more them. And I think sometimes we speak English. Let me not start by speaking English. Let me just ask a direct question, because English is this rhetoric that we get ourselves entangled in, which has no direct bearing on the outcomes of the lives of students on the ground, you know? We go to learn about semantics and rhetoric. Maybe the first question is, can we be assured that today there is no student in the country that is going to be writing exam in the next month or so who is without an allowance or food as a practical thing, so that, because we expect excellence and we expect an output from these institutions, and part of the responsibilities of NSFAS is definitely to fund the needy in order to bridge that gap. And if there is a student that is without a meal today, we're already speaking about opening for the next financial year, so we're speaking about 2024. When are they going to get their allowances, if there is in the country? And I think NSFAS has the as the main body, should be able to have that information, extracting it from institutions and so forth and so on. So that is the first direct question that I have. The second one is a general question which I think has been asked also. What is the bottleneck now in the disbursement of funds? Having cut the middleman, well, even though the institutions are still there, but having cut out these people who used to disperse funds. The third question would be on the strategic output of NSFAS in terms of ensuring that we are able to bridge the inequality gap in the country. I know that it may not be part of the report. Some of the questions the portfolio on education on higher education will probably deal with, but it becomes quite interesting for us to understand, and I'm taking also from what Honorable Ninme was saying, that the responsibility of NSFAS is not merely to produce graduates. It is to ensure that we bridge a gap. That is why it must be financially needy, academically performing, and so forth. So as a government thinking systematically, we must be able to create a link between that gap that we have identified, hence have a scheme to ensure that we fund students. And when they graduate, how do we locate them? You know, why are they not a priority in employment, for example? Why are you not legislating that because we gave you money to study with an intention of changing the socio-economic conditions in your family? Why are we not ensuring that we see that through? So if we were to ask a question today to say how many families whose lives or whose economic status have changed as a result of this funding. So what have we produced as an output in terms of the mandate? Would we be able to get that response? Or we have people graduating, they fall in between because obviously they come from disadvantaged families, they've got no connection, they've got nobody, they're coming from rural areas, then they stay unemployed, we are unable to get back the money. Those who are coming from rich families get jobs easily, they get internships, they get through, the cycle never ends. Those who are rich gets richer, those who are poor gets poorer. So what is the strategic intent of NSFAS as a scheme in this particular instant? And also, I think I want to go back to the question that was asked, maybe as a follow-up as well, because I think from this presentation, maybe what we expected is that we're just, from our own expectations, it seems to be scratching the surface, because we had a declaration of free education. What is the discussion around that? Today we are sitting and still speaking about NSFAS. You know, I even had some a former communist who has no regard for this committee, speaking harshly against free education in some of the days at the National Assembly, saying free education is not a possibility and it must never be thought of. So we have a declaration, a proclamation that says there must be free education. Where are we in terms of that? In terms of then looking at the funding model of NSFAS to ensure that the sustainability and funding of education, not as a commodity, but as a right to every South African that exists to have access to, so that we can use it as a driving force to change the conditions of this country. Let me just pause there for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Madlala. Honorable Dagmo.
Chair, thanks very much for allowing me, and apologies that I had to step out. Just three very quick things. Thank you very much for the report. I think that it is encouraging to hear that there is finally an attempt to deal with the issue of the missing middle in the form of a loan. And possibly it would be useful, although I'm sure the detail of that will be discussed in that portfolio committee, but just from a financial perspective in terms of our oversight role here, do we have any indication yet as to the resource that will be available for those that decide to apply for that loan, the missing middle loan, if we can term it like that? And what sort of resource would be available in this financial year? Just gives us a sense. The second issue, and I'm very happy that the Minister and the DG are also in this meeting. I think, as our colleagues have said, you know, it's really the students who in the main get affected when things go wrong. Issues of food and generally impacts on what they're there at the colleges and universities for, which is to study and to develop. But what is possibly often lesser talked about is those business people mostly disadvantaged business people, but not exclusively, who are running accommodation. Now, I have two specific issues, Minister, and I don't want to bore the committee here, but I think this is an impact of what happens when we have a situation like that. One in the Eastern Cape, where a business person who has been providing accommodation is literally facing bankruptcy because he just can't get payments from NSFAS. So, and then the second one is in the George area. Similar, so not this person not facing bankruptcy, but literally, has not been paid. So I just want to ask very specifically, how does a member of the public or an aggrieved person like this get their problem solved? Or do we need to be told there's actually not money for this? Or is it just a complete administrative nightmare where we don't really have a sense of who the service providers are? And I think that's, again, like raised on the skills fund issue, that's what actually breaks the trust and the confidence of people in institutions like this. And we know how valuable the NSFAS is to the broader policy objectives that we're trying to achieve. So in a practical way, could we get a sense of right now how many service providers in the accommodation sector have not been compensated for services already rendered? And what does one do in a specific case, like I mentioned this Eastern Cape case and the George case, where people are literally desperate? Who do they turn to? Thanks.
Thank you, honorable members. Let me hand over. I think some questions are for the Minister and DG, and some questions are for the administrator and his team. So maybe we start with you on the policy issues, Minister. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. No, my apologies. Of the Standing Committee. Maybe in responding to the question of free education, through you, Chairperson, allow me to quote the Constitution verbatim under Section 29, which says, education, everyone has the right to further education, which the state, through reasonable measures, I want to highlight that in bold, through reasonable measures, must make progressively available and accessible. We understand that there was a proclamation in 2017. However, the Commission indicated that there must be some studies around costing, whether the state has capacity to actually cater for that. The interventions around the comprehensive student funding model is amongst the interventions that are responding to that need or to that call for free education in South Africa. It means the government of national unity is indeed providing or making provisions around those recommendations. There is a bursary. Our system comprehensive student funding model is in two forms. The first one is the one that is more of a bursary, where you give the students, because there is a requirement to say the income of this family must not exceed, is it 350,000? Yes, per annum. And then if you exceed, then you fall under the category of the missing middle, which the government has made that a provision available. It's the part that the administration is about to say, we have 1,300 applicants that have applied for this funding. So I believe we are getting there as the government, because if then we look at fiscal capacity as the government, there is no way we can say everyone must. So there must be requirements to say it is catering for from this bracket to this bracket. I think I had to pass there to provide the clarities. There's a question again, Chairperson, around the delays in terms of providing our reports or financial statements. And the administrator indicated that it's around, or it is informed by the reports that we need to from various institutions of higher learning. However, others, they are not responding to the call. It then impacts to the delays in terms of submitting information to AG, which remains one of our concerns as the PSET sector. So what one is going to do as we move forward, the minute myself, I'm going to write to cities and Tibet institutions and advise them that I intend to impose penalties on those who withhold critical data from NSFAS and thereby preventing it from submitting its annual financial statements. And also, I will put measures in place in consultation with the vice chancellors and the councils to make sure that the institutions of higher learning comply and submit their documents on time. The second part that Honorable Chairperson and members I must speak on is around some of the limitations within our system, which speaks to issues of governance. What the AG raised is that there were limitations in terms of selecting members of, to serve in our boards as NSFAS, because there was no vetting process, and they could see that a person would move from this entity and do something wrong there and move to another entity within the PSET system. As far as stabilizing governance, administration, as well as management in our entity, hence you know that the board was dissolved early this year. We have amended the terms of reference of the administrator, which one can confidently say currently is doing very well in implementing some of the report by Verman's report. So we've amended the terms of reference to say, since the initial gazette was saying he's going to stay for 2 years, we've reduced that because we want to put all systems in place. We want to have a board that is credible, a board that is reputable, a board that believes in clean governance to run the institution and play its fiduciary duties. Again, around the 13th of August, we issued another gazette, Honorable Chairperson and members, calling for nominations of board members to serve in NSFAS board, and we've upped but the bar. The requirements there was a master's degree, and we're hoping that we are going to get credible professionals to come and assist us in turning around the entity. With regards to the accommodation itself, honorable members, I think one day we should do an analysis of how much are we spending on student accommodation as government from our fiscus. Because currently the projections are saying we're spending plus minus 20 billion a year. So if that's the case, we need to at some point come up with a strategy or review our model that we're using as far as private student accommodation is concerned, and go back to our traditional ways of accommodating students by investing in infrastructure development in our institutions of higher learning. That's why we need to focus as we move forward, because at this point, when you look at the figures that we're spending, it's not sustainable for the benefit of the country and for the benefit of the future generation, because we want to see more young people accessing our PSET system. The last part that one wanted to speak on, a chairperson, is that there is no problem when the administrator has an interest to serve as the CEO of NSFAS because he's a South African. If he meets the requirements, because unfortunately this one was not advertised, we did not do any quality check, but in terms of observation of his performance, one is happy so far. I'm saying so far. I don't know when we move forward what is going to happen. So when this board comes to place, it is going to then come up with a turnaround strategy of responding to all gaps that the administrator was speaking on. But what we want to assure you is that there is going to be a smooth transition. We are going to make sure that we finalize the process of absorbing or appointing those board members. We do the vetting process. Then the administrator is going to work closely with them. There is going to be a smooth transition for them to settle and understand the entity. And then there is this one of the rental offices in Cape Town, 2.5 million per month. We took a decision. I instructed both the DG and the administrator that they must sit down and see how best can we regionalize. We must go back to all hotspots. We're going to target the Eastern Cape, KZN, Gauteng, I can't remember the last one. But it's 4 provinces where we're going to have regional offices. Then with those other provinces, we said we are going to have mobile offices that are going to be based in institutions of higher learning, especially when the new academic year starts. And then with the offices, we are in a process of moving out from those offices. We have our office that we own as the department here in Cape Town, which is going to be one of our regional offices as we move forward. We're in a process of making sure that we decentralize as government. We're hoping that it is going to work out. Allow me, Chair, to then hand over to the DG, then the administrator is going to respond to the remaining technical questions that you have raised. Thank
you. The minister has covered everything. It is impossible to add and subtract. All I can say is to summarize into 3 key areas. The minister has articulated policy to say that undergraduates in our system are going to be a priority for student accommodation, which therefore means we will prioritize through our infrastructure project institutionally owned facilities. As we would have known in the past, if you were to go to any institution, there would be student accommodation owned and run by that institution. That in the near future is going to be our priority, so that institutions are able to protect young students from rural areas coming into cities, and they find institutions are ready to accommodate them. Of course, under the current economic conditions, it's going to be a tall order, but we are committed in doing so, and it's important that we make that policy clear, so that when it comes to private accommodation, you are talking about postgraduate students who are already experienced and they are able to handle the responsibilities that come with finding accommodation, instead of subjecting young girls and women to a situation where they find themselves having to be compromised by the current conditions. It's important we make this and articulate this policy. The second thing the minister has said is that we are going to decentralize towards being as close as possible to institutions. If you do not have a regional office, you will have mobile offices in institutions. That's the second policy decision that has been taken. The third one, which I think is the most important, is improving governance. Already, the Gazette on nominations for the boards of NSFAS have been out, and we are in the stages of looking into those nominees. And the minister has appointed a board, or a panel, an independent panel, to look into those nominations. If you've read the Gazette, you've seen that the game has been lifted higher. Qualification to be a member of the board is legislated in our policy. But there is a clause in our policy that speaks to professionalization, which therefore means it allows the minister to use the professionalization clause in our policy to lift the standard and qualifications of people who are members of those boards. So you are now going to see board members that are, aligned to the standards that the minister have set in this regard. The last point, Chair, is about a comprehensive student funding model that we have now tabled to Cabinet twice. It has been to Cabinet. We have consulted on the comprehensive student funding model, and it has now been approved. And last year was the first year of the implementation of that funding model. Firstly, that model confirms the important role of NSFAS. But an NSFAS that is well-run, that is efficient in the manner in which it manages student-related matters. Second, it deals with those students that do not qualify as a result of the threshold that targets students only whose income or the joint incomes of their parents are not exceeding 350,000. Already that process has started. Last year was the first year of implementation of the loan system. This is the second year, and NSFAS has been appointed to manage that process. Now, NSFAS has a long history of managing loans. You will recall TEFSA. The TEFSA was a loan system that was managed from the time of President Mandela up to the point in 2018 when it's there. So the institution itself was structured to manage loans. The issue of bursaries is recent. And so we should trust that NSFAS has internal capacity to manage the loan system. So we expect that this is going to be a new chapter in expanding access. What the minister has done is to emphasize the issue of access and success. And I think this is really, really important, so that in the mechanisms for disbursing loans, there is also going to be incentives. Incentives to perform. So students do not just receive bursaries and they do not have any incentives to actually perform to a point where the system is able to accommodate new students who are also in need. We do not want to see permanent students in the system who sit in the system for years and years and years and they don't exit. This is important. If I may add, the last point would be only to say that in the last 5 years, we've experimented with what we call the Labor Market Intelligence Project. With the Labor Market Intelligence Projects, we worked with our researchers to look into the future and say, what is the kind of a future that we want as citizens of our country? What kind of skill set is necessary for the best and the biggest economies in the world? And how do we work with our economic modelers backwards to where we are and say, in the next 100 years, these are the skill sets that are necessary. We have a portal which is called the LMIP portal. You can access it, honorable members, where we have deposited research in this area. And we believe that it is useful research that begins to indicate the direction that we are taking. And in this regard, we, in every 2 years, write a report that is called Occupations in High Demand. The Occupations in High Demand and the Critical Skills Report advises our institutions in terms of the direction that the curriculating is going to be taking. It is important that I mention this because in the manner in which we allocate bursaries and loans to our students, we also are wanting to make an emphasis in students taking curriculum options that are relevant to the economy of our country, but also that are relevant to the skills needs of the country going forward. It is uncomfortable for us that we speak of the success in the support of students in respect of NSFAS, but a big majority of the students are taking programs that are not, helping them to, to survive at the exit level. They rely on being employed, and I think these are the issues that are really crucial in our country. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, DG. Over to you, Mr. Nomval.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. On the issue of the time frame of restoring NSFAS to a position where it operates, it can be tricky, but you've got two things. One is that where you don't have certain enabling documents, you've got to get those enabling documents, but you have to embed the practices within the organization, and that is a process that takes a bit longer. So there will be work that we will do and be able to do during the transition period, but there will be work also that the board will have to take forward. Turning around organizations does take time, especially when it comes to the cultural issues that you need to do. So those are the issues that Mr. Atkinson raised. Honorable Skosana, the work by the SIU, there was a report earlier in the year. I think when I joined, I got that report from the SIU. I met with the SIU towards the end of April. They took me through the report. So the work that was intended to be delivered by the end of March was delivered, but it was in the conclusion of that work that we identified further issues that the SIU felt that those issues still require attention, and hence the SIU is continuing. But there is a report already that they produced in relation to that. Will there be students that are on the pavement? Unfortunately, you can't make a bold statement and say there will not be any. But we are putting processes to make sure that to the extent that students have been subjected to the application process and funded, those students do not get found in the streets. Not everybody applies in time, and therefore you might find that there will still be students that are out there, but there may be students that would not have applied, or students that would not be qualifying within the funding of NSFAS. So I can't, I would be lying if I were to stand here and say there will be no student, but students that are funded by NSFAS and that the process has gone through, we are putting every process in place to make sure that those decisions, when the students appear on campus, those decisions are made. So that is the commitment we can make. And I'm saying this deliberately, Chair, because often you find that there are issues out there in the media. When you then dig deeper, while the issue requires attention, it is not the issue that you have a mandate to deal with as an institution, but somebody else is supposed to deal with it. But when it comes out the first time around, because you play in that space, you would be expected to have dealt with it. The issue of paper...
Sorry, Mr. Nomvalo, can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
Just switch off your mic. Can I interrupt you so that I understand what you are saying? And I, at the end of this, I'll ask you to make a written submission for the committee. So what you are saying is that there are students who show up at an institution of higher learning at the beginning of the year, and I want to tell me where I'm making a mistake so that we are all clear as to your answer. There are students who arrive at an institution of higher learning at the beginning of the academic year. to apply to be admitted. Many of those students need some kind of financial aid, one way or another, right? Either the bursary component or the loan component, but they've passed, they're at the institution, they need to learn. Some of those may meet the criteria of admission by the institution academically, but there is this financial component that is not resolved. Those students get put through the system, and in that period, they will either have been rejected for one or other reason. So in other words, you do not qualify, and I need to know the part where they are not able to get help. But what I'm understanding, the essence of what you're saying, is that in that period, there will be students who are now at an institution for which an administrative process needs to take place because they are there, so that they eventually end up somewhere in the system. And in that period, that student may be on their own. One, right? Secondly, as I have encountered, it also appears that these kind of limbo situations have carried on in some instances for months, because it's not just students in pavements. I'm also aware of students at Nelson Mandela University waiting until lectures are done and sleeping in the ceiling because they don't have accommodation. So I need to understand that component, because when we then move forward with this, ultimately it needs to be resolved one way or the other. The Portfolio Committee on Higher Education obviously needs to put a finger on this, because what you want is a seamless process at the beginning of the year, so that nobody is left hanging. So can you just clarify me? So I have described the manner, the issue in a particular way. Tell me where I'm going wrong, and then also provide some perspective. Let him answer, and then we'll, yeah.
Yeah, so Chair, you are not wrong. So I want to just take a step back. The mandate that NSFAS has is to fund students who come from households with 0 to 350,000 household income combined. In some instances, their own income, because there are people who are reasonably older who are applying because they may or may not qualify. And then that provision also says if the student is a disabled student, it goes up to 600,000, the household income. And then there's the missing middle, which is defined as 350, household income 350,000 to 600,000. Now, you may find that there are students that fall in that category, but for whatever reason, the campaigns that were undertaking for applications did not hit them and they did not apply, whatever the reasons for not applying. So those people will appear before the institution when nobody has had an opportunity to consider their plight and make a decision whether they are funded or not. So that scenario will put you in a situation in which that student will be in limbo at that time. We are trying to figure out how do we deal with that issue together with universities and accommodation providers. But that scenario is possible. So I do not want to sit here and present a story that scenario is not, it is possible. The second piece to this scenario, Chair, is somebody in that category, but also falling outside of the 600,000. In other words, the household income is above 600,000. But the person has got no means. But the policy that we are implementing constrains us to that, and the legislation is very specific in Section 14 in terms of what we can or cannot do as NSFAS. So people that fall outside of that, they may well, when you look at their circumstances, really needy people. Anybody evaluating that will say they are needy, but I have to implement the legislation that is in front of me. I do not have the power to change the legislation. So those scenarios, when it arises the first time, NSFAS, as the biggest funder of students, will most likely be included in the conversation. And it's only when you then dig and find the facts that we are able to redirect, because we do get some other funding as NSFAS, although limited, we can take care of those students as well. But there is a limitation in the legislation, one, but also there may well be people who did not take the opportunity to apply. We're trying to reach everyone, but sometimes there will be those people who do not take the opportunity, whatever the reason that made them not to. Thank you.
All right, thanks. So and there will be questions for the minister on this, because ultimately, in the DG, because ultimately, what we're talking about here is the overall higher education funding system, and what the national policy then becomes. The issues of communicating and so on, so it's clear that the actual policy conversation that needs to be had is how to close that gap, because even the 600,000, at some level, it is a binary thing, because people from a family of two kids are not the same in terms of affordability as people from a family of 6. And therefore, the gap in terms of their ability to access higher education becomes an issue. But I am understanding that there is a gap here in terms of how we end up with some of these situations. I just want to be certain. Are we following up specifically on this? I'm not allowing new questions at all. We only dealing with this issue of students on the pavement. One question, and I will stop you if you go on too long. Okay. Sorry? Okay. Honorable Skosana, 1 minute.
I just want to make a follow-up on that. I know in South Africa anything is possible. But I want to tell you one thing, Mr. Mvalo, is that what I said here, the issue of, I'm sorry?
Nomvalo,
yes. I'm sorry for that. The issue here is that we go on oversight visit and do our constituency work. I'm not thumb-sucking this. As I said earlier, and unless perhaps one says Dr. Bladen Zimande has failed, the only people who can rescue this situation is a so-called, for me, a coalition government, which the minister says, whatever, GNU. But what I'm saying is, we have investigated this. In where I'm coming from, remember, there's no party issue here. Some of our members here, one is here, student leaders in different universities. We have 4. We went there to talk to those students, besides the television and the newspapers. But we went there. We are talking about people who are, you said 350. Some are coming from farm dwellers. When you talk 100,000 rand a year, it's a bonus for them. They don't even get that, their parents. They are in need, but they have been thrown out of those units. And it's painful. And I think for us, we can, sit in this condition and defend whatever we want to defend. But the reality on the ground is that those students need that. Some of them, as I said earlier, they finish, but they can't get their results because NSFAS is not paying for their fees. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Matlala, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. One direct follow-up. So the assurance is that every student in the country who applied for NSFAS and was approved has received all their allowances and accommodation. I just wanted, because I'd made that question, so I want that undertaking that says, forget the other exceptional circumstances of those who did not apply, blah, blah, blah. Anyone who applied and was approved has got their meal allowance, has got their accommodation, has got all their needs covered. That is the one question. And then just to appreciate the Honorable Minister for the commitment that we are discussing the funding model of free education. But as a principle that was declared by President Zuma, we still are aligned to it, contrary to what the Deputy Minister was starting to try and argue that free education is not a must. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Dagmo.
Chair, it literally is just a follow-up because I don't think there was an adequate answer. Like you, none of us want students on the street. The fact that service providers haven't been paid, I asked a question, where does one go? And is it an issue of there not being funds, or is it just administratively impossible for NSFAS at the moment to settle those? Where does one go?
No, thank you. I assumed it was in your queue because it was in my queue as well. It's just that I interrupted him on a point that he was making.
We were
Yeah,
still
it's my
busy.
fault. Yeah, I interrupted him to get clarity, and I disturbed him as he was going through.
Ungenile.
Yeah.
Now we are pendulum.
Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Dagmo and Madlala, I'm still coming to the questions you raised. I had not gotten there. I was just clarifying this point because it does become a really contentious issue. And sometimes there's very little we can do when there's a policy constraint in terms of how it has to be dealt with. And then the issue of overpayments and all of those issues around disbursement, we are dealing with that in terms of building the capacity within the unit so that we'll be able to arrest those early. You also raised, Honorable Skosana, the issue of data security. That is a serious problem, and that is an issue that we're constantly looking at improving and finding ways in which we can secure that data as far as is possible. It can be scary what happens with the data. The delay in appointing key positions, we had gone through the process and we were close to finalizing, but then before we could finalize, there is obviously, as the minister and the DG indicated, an intention to appoint the board, and then some of the processes would then have to follow at that stage, so the board can appoint for those positions. What we are doing in order to make sure that we do not have a gap is we've augmented the capacity in the short term, and where we need additional augmentation of the capacity, the minister has opened her door that let's come and discuss that so that it does not affect the transition. But it is an issue that is topmost in the minister and the DG's agenda. So once the board is appointment, I'm sure those issues will be addressed as quickly as possible. Paying back the money where the students had a loan, there is every attempt to follow up and collect, and the SIU is assisting in that regard. So we have a list of all the students, and we're intending to follow up on that. The issue of the offices were raised, but the minister has addressed that in the context of the regionalization. You raised the point around use of artificial intelligence in the call center. In fact, when I talked about the chatbot is an artificial intelligence a tool that we've brought in, and there is no need for anybody to speak to anybody. It works through WhatsApp, which then it's not data hungry, so it enables a lot of people to access and use it. We are yet to see the impact of that in terms of ensuring that the call center. The appeals have largely been dealt with, all of them. We still need to convene for those that have been rejected, so that there is an independent tribunal that deals with that. In dealing with the student loan issue, there's a lot of work that we're doing, including engaging the banking sector in terms of how that issue can be dealt with. And there's work that DDG Socigwa is driving to make that work. Honorable Bila, will there be changes in the future? I think the dedication of the minister in ensuring that we close out on the historical information and start submitting information in time cannot be underestimated. So I am confident that come next year we'll be ready. Like I said, the biggest part of what goes into the preparation of the annual financial statements is this closeout process. We've done 26, we'll have done all of the universities up to the December 2023 information by this Friday, and therefore come end of November this year, come end of December this year, we must have done at least 10 months of this year or 11 months of this year that will be going into the financial statements for the future. So I am really confident that that should be the thing of the past. The minister has answered the question of conflict of interest. I'm coming from outside of the department, so that issue, we're not really going to go back to it. There was a question about direct payments. I think the intention is to shorten the distance as quickly as possible between NSFAS dispersing and the recipient on the other side. Because once you do that, you eliminate a lot of other things that can go wrong. So I can't foresee a scenario where the issue of direct payment doesn't become a reality, including on the issues of accommodation. And it should be possible to build capacity to do so, because before you make that transfer, even if you are making the transfer to a third party, before you make that transfer, you must make sure that it's transfer for students that exist, that you funded, and so on. Those are all the steps you need before transferring the money to the student bank account. So the steps necessary to make it happen are already being undertaken. Well, we might need capacity here to make it more efficient, but they're already undertaken. All you need to do is just to do away with the additional step in between that eats away resources and is not adding value in the process at all. There was an issue from Honorable Madlala about students who have been funded. We have picked up here and there that you will find some students who have been funded. For some reason, the information that comes back to us in relation to those students becomes incomplete, or something changes for whatever reason, and that then affects the validation, because each time you make the transfer, you must make it to a legitimate student. So sometimes that kind of process may have the effect of delaying a transfer to a student, but by and large, that doesn't happen for students that have been funded and who are doing the direct payments. Now, having said that, we still have historical cases, we still have legacy issues that come from when we were using the direct payments. One of the unanswered questions is we transferred money to these direct payment partners, and we need to get sight in as to they transferred it to all of the students on the other side. Without that step, we can't say for sure all of the students have received their money. So there will always be a possibility, as long as you still have that legacy and that legacy is not yet closed, that somebody might come up and say, I did not get my money. So the answer is two-pronged. One, the systems that are being put in place ensures that that doesn't happen, but we do have a history that may still have those things remaining in the system, as well as the validation process kicking out some of the things. And then you raise the issue, what are the bottlenecks in the disbursement? The biggest bottleneck in the disbursement now, yes, there is the data issue with the institutions, but NSFAS should be properly capacitated so that when the minister writes the letter that to the institutions saying, cooperate with NSFAS, else there will be a penalty. NSFAS must have the capacity to execute on that. We also did not have the capacity, as I already indicated earlier, and building that capacity should then deal with that issue of the bottleneck. Then the issue that Honorable Douglas is raising around the accommodation providers. Unfortunately, Honorable Douglas... Dougmore, sorry. Yeah, and he was my leader at university. I should be guilty. So we pick up some issues like that around the country. When we're doing the road shows now, we really picked up some accommodation providers who had that problem. In the Val, as an example, one accommodation provider told us he has not been paid for X number of months. When we then went into the detail, before I indicated that they can send that information to me directly, when we ultimately went into the detail of digging what happened. Now, in the TVET sector, you don't have the infrastructure that you had at university. Universities were handling the disbursement of allowances and all of those things to students. So they've got the infrastructure. But TVET colleges don't have that infrastructure. So some of the monies, especially the accommodation money, would be paid to the student. And the student would then hope that the student will pay the accommodation provider. And then in some instances, students would take that money. They have an accommodation here in A, which they pay X amount of money, and then they move to the next accommodation where they're going to pay less. and this accommodation provider is not paid. So there is also some gaming of the system. I'm not suggesting that the people you're referring to are, but if they send that information to myself, and there's an email as well that we use for that, we're then going to be able to follow up on that issue. Or if they send it to you, you send it to myself, and then we will also keep you in the picture in terms of how that issue is being resolved. So we do have a mechanism to close it, because we believe it is really, some of the people that are affected by this come from the very same people we're supposed to empower. And they are the ones that pay the biggest price in relation to this. And their credit score suffers immensely. I think, Chair, I've covered all.
Okay, Honorable Skosana, we've run out of time. Honorable Skosana, no, but Honorable Skosana, no. No.
Only half a second.
I have
No, you
asked.
can't- you can't
No,
say-
no,
say no, a member,
but
but
Honorable
a
Neil,
member.
I also told
Protection.
Honorable Neil made this. I know.
No, I'm saying the member protect me. He says no.
No, that's not up to you, Honorable Atkinson. It's me. So I'm saying.
I was asking for a half a
I'm
minute.
saying. So please, because I have a few questions as I'm about to summarize.
Yeah,
So
before you
you and I are going to be part of the same process. Because part of what I do is to also withhold some of my own questions so that the members can ask questions.
It's
right?
just a statement, because what he said now, I just want to half a second.
No, Honorable Skosana, I don't think that's going to
I
move the needle.
promise you.
No, Honorable Skosana, please. Please, I am not going to allow you. We can fight it out outside when we finish. But, so I wanted to say, firstly, thank you very much for the presentations, both from NSF and NSFAS, and the Minister and DG, and so on. So there are some issues that I think warrant a written submission, including some of the issues that are, and these pertain to NSFAS specifically for me, right? And I'm saying this knowing that we are not the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education. So I will explain why these things are important in the context of the work that we do as this committee. So the first is that we want to make sure that the money that gets allocated goes all the way through as fast as possible within sort of your governance systems and the assurance that you need to know that it's gone to the right people. I think the committee needs to understand why it is that the institutions have difficulty providing the information that then facilitates the process of completing financial statements. And one of the things I was going to ask is, is whether there are legislative limitations. Are you not allowed to kind of intervene in these institutions and so on? But it is unacceptable that due to a lack of information, either an inability to keep that information sort of accurately and make it readily available, or an unwillingness, we have a situation where the accounting to Parliament gets delayed for however long. So we need to understand why that is, and we'd like an outline. And we're going to ask similar questions of the Auditor General, because it is problematic that we can't. So that is the first thing I think that's important. The second thing in the context of NSFAS is that we also get an assurance of what's proactively being done to make sure that this bit that we spoke about now in sidebar, where young people are not, they don't qualify, they end up on the street basically, or sleeping in buildings without food and that kind. You spoke about some of the inability to get information planned. So there is want to know what the intervention to be there. Second, want to know what this is to handle it now should not be a surprise from by way of a problem beginning of the year. We understand how that is built between and the institutions and service providers. The third that's important is at the NSFAS, in terms of your financial management principles, do you consider to be the appropriate kind of allocations of expenditure? Right? Administrative costs, the cost of transferring the financial aid to the students. We want to know how efficient that is. So how much are you paying per student, per academic year, or whatever the measure is? So you spoke about 10 rand and 12 rand in certain instances, so that's 22 rand. Then possibly there are bank charges, there are all of these kind of things. So we want to know how efficient that process is. As you said, you want to shorten the distance, but also I think you want to lessen the cost. So share with the committee what that cost is. Also, please tell us the state in terms of governance and the financial condition that will enable you to raise the funds as per, I think that is now the mandate, right? Part of the mandate to say you also need to be able to raise additional funding. What are these requirements that are needed for you to secure that funding? Because part of what the committee does then is to also work with you to make sure that you get there as fast as possible. And the minister and the portfolio committee on higher education and so on, so that we're not still talking about a problem at some point. And finally, I think, and this is for you, Minister, that for me is from a policy perspective around both the funding model and what the government's view is of financial sustainability of an entity like this. I am saying this for this reason, that there is often a mismatch between mandate and funding in South Africa. It's a general thing. We do something completely strange in South Africa. We pass a law, it makes demands certain things, and there is no budget allocation for it. And so, in other words, in terms of your actuarial models, how many students do we typically have in the system? What do you consider to be the appropriate level of funding per student? And what is the shortfall between that and what we currently have? So that we can then have a discussion with the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and you, Minister, about how we close the gap, to Honorable Madlala's point. But I get frustrated with these discussions where we talk about the goal, but there is, on a different day, Parliament also approves a budget that does not help that goal at all. And then the following week, the members are surprised that certain things, and we shout at you, DG, when we approve the budget. So, Minister, I want to know from you. So, thank you very much. Members, thank you very much as well. Thank you for the presentations. Thank you for being here. The committee secretariat will share that. Okay, Honorable Skosana, what do you want to say that is very important?
Yeah, I just wanted to find out that are we finished. My last was that, as I said, half a second, is that can they please write off these student loans? Please write it off. Thank you.
Okay, Minister and NSFAS and NSF, thank you very much for being here.